Hello, you pretty beautiful thinking ass motherfuckers, you. What you doing up this early? Critical thinking. Some motherfuckers ain't had their coffee now. Now I already know I can't get you motherfuckers to hit the like button, let alone the super chat button. Can I get you motherfuckers to give me a audio check? Let me get a one out there in the chat room if my voice is loud and clear and legible. And don't pay me with my jokes no mind. How y'all doing? Appreciate all you do. Good morning. Good morning. All right? Gonna be a magical Monday. Part 2, baby. Monday morning mystery school. Part 2. We're gonna get it in. Gonna get it in. Just bear with me. Okay? In this episode of Monday Morning Mystery School, what I will be allowing people to do is ask questions, but you gotta send a super chat, because I'm not gonna really be paying attention to the chat room. I'm finna go in and start teaching. And when I start teaching, I got my chat up, but the only thing gonna make me see your question is when I see the super chat pop up to alert me. No, real shit, that's the only way I can see it. So even if you send like $1, so if you got questions, that's how you're gonna have to ask those questions until the end of the show. When I start looking at the chat, then I can answer all questions. Now, what I'm gonna do, just for a bonus opener, when I went back and forth in my mind, thinking, should I open up this way? And I said, what the hell? Let's do something risky. Let's open it up a different way than we normally don't open it up. By the way, people, I was up about I know about 2 o'clock last night. Some of y'all was in the chat room. Shout out to y'all dedicated warriors out there who was in the chat last night when I set the timer. When I set the timer, it was like a 6-hour countdown. You do the math. I set the countdown for 6 hours. I went to bed for 5 hours, and here I am right now. Can't you tell I just woke up? Nope, you can't. But anyway, let me get into this thing. Which camera do I got on? Damn. Okay, good. We got the right camera on. Hit the like button. People, hit the like button. Now, what I said I was going to do for y'all, since the last one was powerful, but it was 4 hours, it was very powerful. It's worth all 4 hours. You know, you spent 8 hours in school. That 4 hours will teach you more than you learned in a year in school. But anyway, I decided what I'm going to do is let you guys dictate the beginning of the show. Because in this part 2, I'm going to recap on a bunch of sacred geometry and symbolism surrounding the space agency called NASA. Be doing a syncretism with that. We'll be syncing a lot of NASA symbolism with indigenous West African and Caribbean cosmology. We also going to learn some more about Anansi, the spider deity. No, the last one was about Anansi. We still got a little bit to learn about this guy. So we'll be doing just that. In this episode, we'll be learning more about Anansi, because there's some more to learn about Anansi. All right. So, what I said I was going to do in today's Monday morning mystery school, just to spice it up, keep you guys' attention, keep you involved, is let you guys open up today's show with Q&A. And that'll get me going with my slides and pulling all my lecture information. So you're going to participate in today's lecture. Who's going to come with the first good question? Who's going to come with the first good question to pop this thing off? Come on. Now, if you type that question in super chat, that'll really help. But I understand all caps will do it too. I'm going to try to catch them as I can. All caps stand out just fine to it. I can read the all caps through all of the other stuff too. Send in your questions because I'm going to do this for y'all. You guys are going to actually dictate how this whole presentation began with your questions. And another reason I'm doing that because I don't like to teach a bunch of stuff, but you guys got questions about other stuff because you don't quite understand what I'm teaching because you got a question about this over here. So before I go any further, I thought if I start off today's with Q&A, we can stay synced together. We can stay on the same page. I kind of know the kind of stuff that you guys need help with, need me to go over to tie into all of this cosmology. So starting off with Q&A, I thought was a good idea. But I haven't got any questions yet. You guys are amazing. Haven't got any questions yet. I'm trying to open up the presentation with you. Do you have any symbols? Any questions about symbols? Any questions about the field of sacred geometry and what it's all about? Anything you need? Any questions you got about syncretism? Any questions you got about etymology? I'm here today, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I know it all. I know it all. You know how folks be like, you don't know it all. You don't know everything. I'm Mr. Know-It-All for you today. Because if I don't know it when you ask it, guess what? We're going to go find out. That's why I say I'm Mr. Know-It-All. You can be too. Oh, my bad, Jay Analyze. I was looking for the questions. Go ahead. Now listen, people with questions, you need the orange meat and type your question in all caps. Like this person Praise the North just did. See how he put at Bro Sanchez live and it bring out the bright ass orange box? That'll make your question stand out. Shout out to Praise the North. What is your stand on the mud flood? Questions like that ain't gonna get answered. Sacred geometry, etymology, syncretism, cosmology. Don't come up here asking me about thunderstorms, mud floods, Donald Trump. You motherfuckers can't pay attention to no title for shit. You motherfuckers show up and goddamn, boy, y'all hell. Y'all hell, that. Come on, people. Don't nobody want to learn about cosmology no more? Talk about how Rick Ross uses the Anuncis spider symbol for his MMG logo. You just talked about it. Good point. You're right. Ain't nothing to talk about. Only thing to do is show it to him, huh, my brother? That's what I'm going to do for you. Hold out on your questions one at a time. You see, whoever just asked me about Rick Ross and all of this, that's a good way to start off. We can do that. That's a good start. We could do that. Let's talk about it because, yeah, man, you're right. A lot of rappers, see, this is the secret that you learn when you get to a high level. Hold your questions, people. Hold your questions one at a time. This is a great way to open the show with Q&A. And I'm about to get to that, brothers, right now. I just got to open up this window. You know I got you. You know I got you. Everybody been wanting me to pull this up. You so right. You're so right. All right. Let's take a look at it. Rick Ross MMG. This is a good big one. So if you look at Rick Ross MMG, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make our window capture just a tad bit smaller. Push that baby to the side like that. And we're going to shrink this spider down a little bit too, so we can make a good comparison. People been pointing this out. This go over a lot of people's head because they really don't understand what sacred geometry all about. But to the people that's putting it out, that pointed that out, You do get an A+ from this sacred geometry teacher right here. You guys are excellent students, and I'm guarantee you that that makes you an excellent teacher. So I'm sure there's a lot we can learn from each other. I never even thought to pull up the MMG logo. We know Rick Ross is a Mason. We know that a lot of these rappers with the big beards like Rick Ross, that is a sign of pharaonic worship. A lot of people don't know about that. Remember, people, Abraham had a beard. Moses had a beard. Jesus had a beard. What is up with the beard? Think about it. All of your Hebrew Israelites grow beards. This is the common look of what they call God, the black man. Why do the black man, when he gets some knowledge and throw on a dashiki and start learning, decide to grow his beard out? Where did that tradition come from of growing your beard out as a symbol of wisdom? Well, let me show you. It come right there from ancient Egypt. It come right there from ancient Egypt. If you look at the Pharaoh, you will see he got a beard, and it's quite long and it's braided up. Here's the thing, it's fake. All of the pharaohs wore fake beards, just like you see this gentleman with the fake beard on. Now the beard was attached to the headdress. So when they put on a headdress, the beard was like a chin strap, like a microphone. The pharaoh was the MC, and the beard was like the mic. Whenever you saw the dudes with the long beards back in them days, that was equivalent of seeing a pope today. That beard was equivalent of the crown and equivalent of wisdom and just the highest ranking in society. Anybody couldn't wear a beard. Anybody couldn't wear a beard. And the beard wasn't grown. It was a fake beard. It was a fake beard. So you see these bearded deities all over the place. Abraham, Moses, Allah whenever he's conceived, even though he shouldn't be, but anyway, him too. You name me a man of reverence, and I bet you he got a beard. It's a reason for that, but we don't put these parallels together. There's a reason the ancestors went out their way to show you that beard. There's also a reason they would go all the way out their way to put a doggone beard on a sphinx. So if you don't think the beard is revered, let me say that again because some of y'all don't understand this. The V and the B are interchangeable. So a vagina to some people is a vagina. Yeah, the V and the B are interchangeable. So a vortex can be a vortex. People, when you say veer, you're saying beer. Beer is spirits. A beard is related to those who were so-called the most spiritual. Just tying it all together. All right? So the beard is a symbol of reverence or reverence. Reverence. All right? Reverence. Now, there's a reason they put that beard on the Sphinx. Because the Sphinx is a person called Narmer. Now, who asked me about Rick Ross? So yeah, Rick Ross know the truth. And that famous beard look is not original. It's a symbol of royalty. And Rick Ross is a Mason. Remember him and Jay-Z was real tight throwing up the diamond. Remember, Rick Ross ain't no average rapper. He's a boss, like he said. He's a boss for a reason. He was a sheriff for a reason. He's a member of the Fraternal Order of Police for a reason. He was a crooked ass cop in Miami, putting dope in the street. Why was that hard for people to believe? People gave Rick Ross a hard time. They said, man, ain't no way Rick Ross was selling dope and he was a police officer. That nigga fake. No, y'all just stupid. Don't nobody sell more dope than the police, you clowns. What's wrong with them? What's wrong with them? That man wasn't lying to y'all. He was a big time D-boy. Put a lot of birds in the hood. Rick Ross wasn't lying to y'all. What he got to lie about that about? Fuck he got to lie about that about? Who you think getting the damn birds? The sheriff department. You think they turning them all in? You don't think he was part of a crooked ass cabal of cops in Miami? This nigga was a Mason. He ain't lying to you. Once you make enough bus and you put the amount of money in the right people's hand, even the judge, it's normal. The shit he was rapping about being a police and then taking the birds, putting them back in the street, and y'all trying to act like that shit is something he lying about. Y'all stupid. That's normal shit, especially in big cities. But now, it's something that this man know. He knows something, right, that made him a boss. If you think Rick Ross was just a poor, fat black boy from Miami who didn't have no money, and he was smart and he went to school, went to police academy, became a sheriff, flipped a couple birds, and all of a sudden somebody heard his rapping, and he was able to invest in his rap with the birds, and now he on. They want you to believe a dumbass story like that. Now that's a lie. That is not how he get on. Rick Ross got on because he's a Mason. He belongs to a lodge and they run the industries. That's what I keep trying to teach y'all about nepotism. Oh yeah, we started now, babe. I'm ready. I'm loosening up now. This is Monday Morning Mystery School, where I teach all about the esoteric, the occult, and we reveal the mysteries. And that's what I'm doing now. I'm exposing Rick Ross. I'm revealing the mysteries he don't want you to know. Him and Jay-Z oath takers. Go and listen to the song Black Freemason. They got another one, Illuminati. These guys, they telling your ass. And I already went over to why they tell you the shit right in your face. They tell it right in your face for a reason. That's a part of the ritual. But it's a reason he wear that beard, man. In honor of the first pharaoh. The first head occultist or Grand Lodge master. See, that first pharaoh was named Norma. And remember, that beard that he wore was revered. Remember that one of the first patriarchal deities that the Africans had that corrupted them was this Anansi spider. We went over that in part 1. I told you Anansi was a beautiful story and a beautiful way to teach kids about magnetism, but it's still a patriarchal deity. So that means, guess what? It's a form of the Baphomet. That means, guess what? That spider is a form of Narmer. So again, that is why Rick Ross' symbol is the Anansi spider. All right, we can move on from that now. We can move on from that. Anybody else want to ask a question? I may have to start all of them off with Q&A, man, because it let me know where to go. Where y'all need me to go before I go deep into all of my shit, you know. Remember, if you want me to answer your question, you got to at me. You got to make my name appear orange. And if you don't know how to make my name appear orange, do the at symbol and then put in BRO and I should pop up. Click on that. Now, somebody named the Pharaoh, Rise the Pharaoh, said bloodline, DNA, indigenous people of the world. That ain't a question. Don't act me with that. We gonna start timing y'all out, man. What about the fascia symbol we see everywhere? It usually is depicted with an eagle. What can you tell us about that? I could tell you right now before I even pull it up that it's a symbol that represents the cosmos. All right, now let's put it up. All represent the cosmos is just about you syncing it to it. The original symbol of fascism in Italy under Benito Mussolini was fasces. This is an ancient imperial Roman symbol of power carried by lictors in front of magistrates. A bundle of sticks featuring an axe indicating the power over life and death. All right. So now it's time to get into this symbol because I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to take me a minute. It's going to take me a minute to break this down. All right? Because I'm going to have to pull some slides. All right, one question at a time. Right now, I'm answering that brother with the faces symbol. And y'all know I do these for hours, so don't worry. We'll get to everybody's question. So what is that faces symbol that we're looking at? What is it? Let's talk about it. I already went over this before, but I'm going to do it again. Where are we? Damn it, I'm trying to pull the right slide for y'all. Thank y'all for being patient, bearing with me. You know it's worth your time. Here's the faces symbol right here. This is the best collage I can find right now. I got a couple of more. I'll pull them in a minute. So what you got is you got 5 sticks tied together in the middle. Okay. And basically what that is the 5 peaks of Mount Meru. Think of a 5 dice. It looks like an X, right? X marks the spot. What that X is something called a hyperboloid. And the collage that I'm putting on the screen shows you what the fascist symbol is. It shows you how the fascist symbol is basically a corruption of ancient science. If you're adding me in the chat, I don't see it. One at a time. Check it out, right? Study this collage real quick. So this fascist symbol is basically another way of saying a fasten symbol. In other words, when we fast, let me cut my heater off. It's going to take me a while to explain this because I never taught y'all about the fascist symbol. But really, the word fascist is a simple word. And to understand what fascism is about and what the word fascist mean and what the symbol mean in relation to the word, think about this. If you have to strap something up or buckle something up, what do we say? We say fasten your seatbelt. I want y'all to think with me so I can reveal these mysteries to y'all. All right? Think with me. A synonym for buckle is fasten. So if I say buckle your seatbelt, I can say fasten your seatbelt. So when we talk about the fascist symbol, it's a symbol that represents fastening. Look at the symbol. The symbol is fastening together 5 arrows, or it's buckling together, strapping them together, fastening them together. So when you hear the word fasces now, I want you to always think of what I'm teaching you. Fastening your seatbelt. So a fascist or a person dealing with fascism is someone that's trying to fasten together all of their brother nations that were divided for whatever reason. All of us are fascists. Okay? Did this make sense to y'all? If you got a group of people that's divided, you want to fasten together all of those divided groups into one. That's what this symbol represents. Fastening together. It represents a union. All right? And what this symbol basically represents is the divine, I shouldn't call it divine. Let's just call it the evil motherfucking movement. The evil union that united and fastened themselves together to rule over the masses. That's called a New World Order. But it's also a symbol of magnetism because in nature, without a government, Mother Nature would fasten us all together. Did this make sense? If there were no governments, this symbol still would hold true, but it wouldn't be used against us, meaning there wouldn't be a United Nations and a bunch of governments fastening themselves together to keep you poor, to rule over you. That's what the UN is. A fastening together, all of these governments fasten themselves together. Okay? So the many faces of government are the many facets of government. Remember, all right? Remember that. Now, what a magnet does is fasten together electrical energy. I'm going to go deep on this one. So if you ain't been following me, you ain't going to know what the hell I'm talking about. But if you've been following me about magnetism and everything else, I get to dive deep without holding back and being redundant. That's what I'm going to do today. It's time for y'all to do your own research. If I'm saying something you don't understand, you can look some of it up too. But I got to move forward. A magnet fastens together electrical energy. When you're looking at a torus field like what we've been going over, now remember, people, I got hours. We're going to be here till at least round about noon. So hold your questions one at a time. All right, so it's so much to teach that you got to be patient. These ain't quick questions and quick answers. And ain't nobody else going to do this like I'm doing it. I don't see them doing it. Take too much patience and time. Now, let's dig real deep here so we can learn. This is the secret of all secrets, and I appreciate y'all patience for staying with me because it takes some time to pull slides and all that crap, and you're doing a good job being patient. Let's check out this little Giphy image over here. I want to find a bigger one for you. So bear with me because I just want to find a bigger one for you. No problem. We'll use that one because I don't want to take too much time. So what we're looking at right here, all right, the little image that's moving in the right, we already know it's a magnetic torus field. It's a magnetic energy field, but that energy field is made out of electricity. It's made out of an electric energy field that's magnetized. So, in other words, electricity or light comes in contact with a magnet, and reveals the identity of the magnetic field. And when that happens, the electricity is split between negative and positive. So when I show y'all these magnetic energy fields, the top half represents positive, the bottom half represents negative, or vice versa, however you flip in the magnet. But that's what they're calling North and South Pole. It's really one pole with a negative and positive end. And when I told y'all in part one about the itsy bitsy spider and the water spout, that's the North Pole. Think of a straw. When you suck in, the drink pushes out into your mouth and you swallow it. So two things happen from one pole or one straw, a push and a pull. And that's what's happening right here. That's what's happening right here in this demonstration. You see one pole in the middle of that magnetic energy field, and there's two things happening, a push and a pull. So what are we looking at? We're looking at light being sucked into the 0 point of a magnet. Just like water is being sucked into a drain and it has this tornado shape. Or Cupid, the two cupids with the trumpets, is where the symbolism come from. I'm going to be redundant just a little bit. The Jesus fish, two fishes. When they said Jesus fed a whole crowd with two fishes, here's the story and what it means. Listen to me, people. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Moderators, anybody in the chat distracting from the lesson, talking about something ain't got to do with cosmology, time them out. Anybody in there being ratchet, storm, mess, it's too early for that shit. Block their ass. I don't care who they is. So now, check this out. If you look at the middle of this magnetic energy field, what's feeding the energy field are the two fishes. Here go the two tails right here. Here go a tail right here. Here go a tail right here. We went over this already. You can see the two fishes right here. Here go one fish. Here go the other fish. This became the yin yang. So this magnetic energy field was symbolized by two fishes in a circle, yin yang. All right, here it is right here. The Pepsi symbol. Why is this important? Because when they said Jesus fed the whole crowd with two fishes, this is what they talk about. The earth is a magnetic energy field, and she feeds the whole crowd. Everything that's walking on this earth is being fed by the center of magnetism where all compasses point. So she is feeding the entire earth plane and all inhabitants upon it, all the plant life, all the insect life. Everything walking upon the earth is being fed from the center like a big umbilical cord. And that umbilical cord looks like two fishes, just like you see in the Giphy file. So the crowd, the entire crowd was fed by two fishes. If you watch my Kanye West Sacred Geometry presentation on brosancheztv, then you know what I'm talking about. Because Jesus represents the dark stone. That's why niggas keep saying Jesus black. Yeah, he black, because he ain't a real person. He's a magnetic magnet at the North Pole. Magnets are black. Magnets are black. Jesus attracted crowds everywhere he went. Don't that sound like a magnet? You see that black stone that they worshiping in Mecca? It's symbolizing a big old magnet. And it's attracting all them people. What do they call celebrities? Magnets, because a bunch of people attracted them too. So all of these gods are magnets because they've attracted millions of followers to them. Jesus, Allah, the black stone. It's all the secrets of magnetism and the laws of attraction. Take a minute and ponder on that. Anybody in the chat trying to debate me or say I'm wrong about some time, I'm out. I ain't trying to debate, man. This is positive energy. This ain't no debate platform right now. Get out my chat room changing the energy, bro. Debate me on my panel when I open it up and ask y'all to come and put your emails out there. Other than that, get out my chat. Moderators, get on your job for me. Appreciate it. I'm not talking about DNA. Rise to Pharaoh. I'm not talking about DNA. Talking about cosmology, you know, the shape of the earth, symbolism, etymology. Where the hell you get DNA and blood work at in that category? Stop, man. I don't want to time you out. I don't want to block you. Chill. That's distracting right now. So the two fishes, y'all, in the middle of this magnetic energy field, I want y'all to compare this magnetic energy field to the collage above me. For example, look at the bow tie. See this bow tie? Then look at the magnetic energy field. That bow tie is basically got the name bow tie because a bow is a bow. A bow is think of Nut the sky goddess. Nut taking a bow over Gale. Now, the tie is Gale. The tie is Gale, the earth plane. Gale is the tie because Gale is the child. Let me show you something. You know, Ma'at shaped like a tie. The goddess Ma'at shaped like a tie with her wings spread because that's what she represents. Peace. Think about it. If two brothers about to fight, you get in the middle, you make it a tie, even. Nobody get beat up. Hold on. What was I pulling? What the hell was I pulling up? Shit. I remember. People don't really understand the Egyptian Trinity. This Egyptian Trinity is teaching you about magnetism. All right? When you study a magnetic energy field, it's split up into a quartet. It's split horizontally and it's split vertically. And that's what we see here. What we're looking at now is the vertical split. When I say that Geb is the tie, another deity that represents Geb is Horus right here in the middle. Remember, Geb is in the middle of the Egyptian cosmos, stretched out in between Nut and the underworld. So think of a circle with a line in it. That means balance. And Geb represents the lance or the spear. Let's look at some stuff real quick. But before we go to Egyptian cosmology, let's check out the Egyptian Trinity. If you look at the headdress of Horus in the middle, his headdress is like elk horns. Why do Horus have on a headdress that looks like this? Because he represents the opening of a magnetic energy field. Let me show you something. The Christians call Horus the vault of heaven. Remember that Horus is Jesus, and Jesus represents the cross or the vault of heaven. Give me a second, guys. I got you. Give me a second. I got you. Here we go. I got you. Give me a second. Once I get everything I need. You're gonna be like, damn, bro, don't hurt them like that. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Oh, can't we find a bigger image than that? I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming, I'm coming. Okay, here's a big one. Let's get it. I want you to look at this Mayan cosmos. Look at the top where it says sacred bird. See how that sacred bird in between the two pillars got his wings spread open like the Q dogs telling you? That sacred bird in the middle of the Mayan cosmos is in between two thieves. Here go the cross. This is Calvary. This sacred mountain that's at the middle of the Mayan cosmos became Jesus' Mount Calvary. They stealing y'all from our indigenous ancestors. The Christians ain't nothing but thieves and goddamn plagiarists. Mount Calvary ain't a new concept. Jesus being a damn dove and the bird at Mount Calvary ain't new either. Ain't you putting the symbols together? Hold on. Let's deal with one image at a time. I don't want to crowd the screen up because you need to grasp this. Mount Calvary was stolen from all indigenous cosmologies. And that was a bird that landed on Mount Calvary in the form of the Holy Ghost. They told you the Holy Ghost was created at Mount Calvary. But where did they get it from? The Holy Ghost bird is what the Mayans called a sacred bird of heaven. And when you talk about a cross with two thieves at Mount Calvary, here it is right here. Here go Jesus. Here go the two thieves. But this is the cross. If you look at the bottom of the cross, it's a four-way intersection or a boulevard. So it's literally a crossroads. Bone Thugs and Harmony was telling you niggas something. Get me started. See you at the crossroads. You know why they told you that? Because everybody meet up at the crossroads, past, present, and future. That's the hyperbolic North Pole, that's the hyperboloid at the center of the Earth's magnetic energy field that's creating what we call time. So when you go there, there is no time. Past, present, future exist at the same time. This is why it was Jack's beanstalk. It was called Jack's beanstalk. When Jack went up the beanstalk, Jack went into another time frame. He left his reality. This is the yellow brick road on the Wizard of Oz. This is Emerald City on the Wizard of Oz. Pull up a Wizard of Oz map. I can pull it up right now if y'all want me to. If someone want me to get into Wizard of Oz, ask the question for your question later when I take questions again. But the dove and the two thieves and Mount Calvary and all that, right here with the Mayan cosmos. The sacred bird, Jesus in between the two thieves and the dove above him at the mountain I just showed you with the Mayan cosmos. See what you looking at in this Hebrew cosmos with this vault of heaven, that's Jesus on the cross. When Jesus bleeding for you, that's the magnetic energy that's coming out of that vault. That vault, that opening is like an umbilical cord. Think of a baby. There's an opening in the baby and there's an opening in the mama. And that cord connect these two openings so that the food can come from her to you. All right? So everybody got a belly button, right? Because they had an opening where they was being fed directly into their stomach by their mama. That umbilical cord that connected you in the fetus was a biological hyperboloid. Hyperboloids feed the energy field. That's why the hyperboloid is the number 8. Now I want y'all to look at my presentation on Bro Sanchez TV that I did on Kanye West to get more on the Yeezus and Jesus syncretism. I'm gonna move on. I basically brought this up to show you that the opening in the middle represents Jesus. He's a personification of a magnetic opening. It's called a hyperboloid in science. The two thieves that's on each side of that magnetic opening are the sun and moon. See how the sun and moon are surrounding Jesus in this Hebrew cosmos? It's literally that simple. That's your Trinity. In Egyptian, how many smart people out there? Do I gotta talk? You can teach it right now, can't it? I can drop the mic right now, can't it? A picture worth 1,000 words. I just told you, Horus represent Jesus. Isis and Osiris is the sun and moon. Horus represents the sky vault opening. That's why he got that headdress on, and it shapes like the sky vault opening. Boom. This is Horus. His mom and dad is the sun and moon. All right. We got that out the way. I'm dealing with smart people. Now y'all can see how Horus relates to this. Horus represents that middle opening right here. This cup. When Jesus said, my cup overfloweth. Didn't Jesus say that? Jesus said, my cup overfloweth. Did he not? You know why Jesus said, my cup overfloweth? Let me show you. Let me show you why Jesus said, my cup overfloweth. You know why Jesus said my cup overfloweth? Because Jesus is Serapis. Jesus is Horus. And the cup overfloweth because the cup represents the magnetic energy that gives life. Look at it. Should I make it bigger for you? You want a bigger one? Give y'all a bigger one. The cup overfloweth, people. The cup overfloweth with magnetic energy. If you want to deal with a human level, this would be your crown chakra. It's your crown chakra because surrounding your body is an aura or a torus field. And the crown chakra is not even a chakra. I'm going to say that again. The crown chakra ain't even a chakra. What you mean, Brother Sanchez? The crown chakra and the root chakra are not chakras. They're exiting points for the chakras. They're not even chakras. Not to say we can't refer to them as chakras, but you know, they're more like entry and exit points, crown and root. So if I can pull up a human torus field right now, that'll be great because boy, do they all right, here's a good one. Here's a human being surrounded in a torus field. Now you know why they say you are in the belly of the beast. Okay, some of y'all ain't gonna get that. The beast is Hathor, people. The beast is Hathor, people. Let me show you. If I can find this, I'll show you. So we drink cow milk today. Think about what I'm about to teach you. We drink cow milk today. But everything that we used to do symbolically and spiritually, we now do literally. For example, we drink cow milk. But in the ancient day, when they was talking about drinking cow milk, they weren't talking about going outside sucking on a cow titty. They was talking about drinking from the holy waters of Hathor. Hathor, the cow goddess. But see, Hathor is really Hathor. Tor is Taurus field. Look on her head. Open your eyes, people. Open your eyes. Look on top of Hathor's head. Horus is Taurus. Hathor is Hor. Listen. Horus and Hathor represent the exact same thing. One is patriarchal, one is matriarchal. So the Taurus field, because the H is silent. See, Horus used to be Taurus. The Egyptians took what the Egyptians did was they blended Thor and Ra. Thora. What you talking about when you say Thora and Taurus? Thor had the hammer because the hammer represent the opening, the cross. Think of a hammer, it's shaped like Jesus on the cross. Zeus, he the same deity as Thor and Jesus, all the same thing at different times. So Taurus is Horus. Thor is Hathor. The Taurus field. So if you look at this image, you see Hathor got the stars on her because she's just nut all over again. Can't you see it? Hathor and Nut are the same deity. You know why? Because Nut represent the Taurus field wrapped around your body. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Let me pull up the image. I need a big one. Bear with me. We coming. We coming. All right, let's go with this one. So, if I go in the room and I ask my little girl to fake like she a cow, if you go and ask your children to fake like they're a cow, they gonna do what Nut doing. They gonna get down and they gonna walk like this. I don't know if y'all can see that, but they gonna get on four they gonna put their hand on the ground, they gonna walk like that. Basically what I'm showing you is all different artwork to symbolize the same thing, which is a magnet, a magnetic energy field. That's what the earth is. And everything, including you, is wrapped inside of a magnetic energy field. So that's why we wrap up the gifts under the tree. All super chat donations will be read in just a second. So why do we wrap up gifts and put them under the tree? Why do we wrap up gifts and put them under the tree? Now, first of all, here's conception of the earth. Everything in nature comes in a package. If you ever watch the dog have a puppy, it comes in a fetal sack. Chicks comes in an egg. All right, you came in a sack. All right, when you pick an orange off of a tree, don't you got to take the package off? You got to take the skin off. Everything in nature comes in a packaging to protect the fruit on the inside. Ain't that awesome? So the earth we walking on is packaged. It's packaged. Think of an envelope. It's signed, it's sealed, it's packaged. It's packaged. It's like a present, like a gift. The reason I'm bringing that up is for this reason. When I say packaged, the earth that we walking around in is four corners. It's packaged. So everything has a great seal, all government, because the earth is sealed. Nut represent that great seal. The word seal is the root word of sealing. We look up at the stars, which is the ceiling. That's what sealed you in. Think of a drink top. When you're done with a drink, you put the top on it. You take the top off, you drink some, and you put the ceiling back on. What's higher than the top? Nothing is higher than the top. That's why it's called a top. And you got to screw the top on. That's why the stars are turning. We went over this in part 1. That screwing that Nut does. But when you look at Nut, and you look at her 2 hands and 2 feet, and her representing the great seal, think about it. What's the great seal on a human body? Your dome. You can see the spiral right here. It seals the body. It seals your brain inside of the skull. This is the great seal right here. The dome. And you see that the god is Nut shaped like a dome. And she is the earth's great seal. So think of Geb like the heart chakra and Nut like the crown chakra. She's the sky vault. So that dome or that crown chakra, that dome chakra, the crown chakra. So when you see her with 2 hands on the ground, 2 feet on the ground, that's a symbolic way of saying the 4 corners of the earth, but it's not literal geographic corners. It's cornerstones, meaning milestones, meaning points and references of the creation process. Earth, wind, water, fire. Earth, wind, water, fire. These are the extensions of the Creator. The elements are the extensions of the Creator. So you got earth, wind, water, fire. You got 4 corners. And humans are built on this same science. And we shape like an X or a seal. That's the 4 corners of life. See right here? Like you said, if you're looking at a pyramid from the top view, this is what you will see. But what you're looking at is Horus the Hawk. Now, what I'm doing right now is really fucking with your third eye. I'm taking you on a ride. I'm throwing a bunch of syncretism and knowledge at you. But as I flip through the images, I'm also fucking with your mind. I'm very conscious of what I'm doing. Because right now, you thinking about a hawk. You thinking of like a transformer face. You seeing all that with just looking at a fucking envelope. But this is third eye opening. This is seeing the same symbol, cracking a cosmic code. This is string, what they call a string theory, stringing it all together. We string it all together. So right now we're practicing fascism because we're fastening it all together. You're fastening it all together. Give me a bunch of, let me tell you something how deep this is. When you look at this envelope, you looking at an hourglass as well. You looking at the Hindu cosmos. Let me show you something. This is what seals all things together, man. And I know I've been teaching on this for a minute and y'all ready for me to go to the next question, but I got to show this stuff. When it's a good question like that, you know, I'll take my time and deal on it. Basically, I would pull up the Hindu cosmos for y'all, but anybody been following me know it has that hourglass shape. So there's a reason we like our women, you know, with the big breast and get small at the waist with the big old booty. Why is that sexy to us? Why is the hourglass shape sexy to us? Here's why. Because it's a hyperboloid. Women, you are literally the manifestation of a hyperboloid. I got the nail on that one. I got the nail on that one. Women, you are literally the personification of a hyperboloid, and life pours from you. Life pours out of your body because you are the representation of that which feeds and gives life in the flesh. Women. Men, you are the representation of that which seeds the life. So, you could think of Nut and Geb like a bow and arrow. And you can think of the tension as the child that allows for flight. That's what allowed an arrow to take off. That's why you're now here flying through this earth cosmos. You call it life. I call it flight. See, you still descending. You fallen angels, you. Now check this out. What we want to take away from this portion is that Hathor and Nut are the same thing. Right? You can see that the goddess Hathor is literally Nut all over again. Like, instead of having Nut bent over, what they did, they just replaced her with a cow. Black power. Black power, white power, united power. Quit fucking with y'all. But yeah, so instead of just having Nut bent over, they replaced her with Hathor. But you can still see Hathor got the stars in her body. And you can see Nut got the stars in her body. Shu represents the umbilical cord that connects Nut to Geb. Shu represents that vault of heaven or Horus. Shu represents the opening, what I just showed you in the Hebrew cosmos. And each bird on the side of Shu represents sun and moon or the two thieves. So think of Jesus on the cross with two thieves on each side. That's what you're looking at in the Egyptian cosmos. My bad, y'all can't see it. Here it is. The two birds are the two thieves, and Shu is Christ with his arms spread. All right, this is all magnetism, folks. So I hope y'all learning, man. One thing I want to point out too is that hold on. Hathor and oh yeah, when you see the gentleman sucking the milk from Hathor, it's not like the ancestors was drinking cow milk. This is symbolic. It's not to be taken literally. This means that magnetism feeds us all. It means that without magnetism, your heart couldn't even beat. It means that without this electromagnetic energy field that's being generated from the center of the earth, there would be no existence. So we're pulling every moment of life from the center of the earth, just like a baby pulls milk from a nipple. Let me show you something. The earth is a big titty, and you sucking on it. You calling it breath. You sucking on the earth's titty. Here's the Mayan conception of earth. Don't it look like a titty? We pull our energy from the house of God. That's the nipple or the tipple. The tip top, the nip top, the nipple. Now, Nip is the name of a night deity. Nip. We can get into that one day. But the earth is a big titty. That's what the all-seeing eye is, a nipple. That's what the all-seeing eye is. It's a nipple that we suck the milk from. That's your cyclops. What am I telling you? We went from matriarchal spirituality to patriarchal. All of the great symbolism that connected man to the woman and showed us how important the woman was given to the man. So if I'm telling you that the North Pole is the tip of a nipple, shouldn't it be personified as a woman? You would think, but I keep showing you how today it's being worshipped in the form of Jesus, Allah. The black stone at Mecca is the tip of a nipple. All of the humans around it, making the rings around it, they represent like a titty. It's a ripple effect. That's what the step pyramid is. I'm about to take the next question in a second. I'm about to take the next questions in a second. You see how concentric circles are formed around this thing? That's a titty. That's cosmology that they're doing at Mecca. And notice that everybody is pulling energy from the black stone. That black stone is your mama's titty, where you put your energy from. That black stone is what's at the center of the earth, where we're pulling our very existence from right now. So we're in a matriarchal reality. In other words, the creator is like your grandmother. It ain't like your mean ass granddaddy. In other words, the creator is loving like your grandmama. Not like that mean ass God in the Bible, like your mean ass granddaddy. So once men start personifying Mother Nature and it became Father Nature, then nature became mean as hell. Nature started attacking you with hurricanes and thunderstorms and Katrina victims. But it ain't Mother Nature, it's Father Nature. It's not Mother Nature that's creating these big cataclysms. It's Father Nature. It's technology. They got geoengineering technology. They've been controlling the weather for the past 50 years. And guess what was created in the past 50 years? NASA. And guess what NASA controls? The weather. How do I know? Because they got documentaries taking you through the space centers showing you the damn cloud makers. I uploaded it on my channel. They calling these things rocket engine testers, but the smoke they putting out go to other cities and cause flash floods. They able to put out a fucking thunderstorm and make the daytime turn to nighttime in 10 minutes. I ain't bullshitting you. People who follow me saw that I ain't playing. I uploaded the footage. These people controlling the weather, blaming it on Mother Nature, telling you that man is smarter than nature. So now we got to build all of this technology because nature is a mean bitch that keep targeting us. Mother Nature ain't doing nothing to you. That's the government with their geoengineering. So it's them playing God. So now when the ancestors ruled, it wasn't no big cataclysms like it is today. Nature don't make all these cataclysms like that. And when nature do, it gives warning. You see all the goddamn animals going in one direction. And the ancestors know, okay, something big finna happen. Let's follow the motherfucking animals. And we was always safe. The fucking cataclysms that attack us today is warfare, man. It ain't nature. Wake the hell up. But anyway, they replaced the Great Mother and the Madonna with us suck. Think about this, right? When you see the images of the Madonna and child with the young man sitting on the lady's lap and she got her breasts exposed with him suckling, it represents the same thing I'm showing you here. The Madonna represents the Taurus field. She represents the Taurus field. So when you see her sitting on the throne with the damn crown on, the crown represents the Taurus field. Instead of Nut or Hathor, it can be a Madonna and child. Check this out. Here's Hathor in her feminine form. The goddess you looking at carved on the wall here is the cow goddess Hathor. And she's giving her breast to a pharaoh. You may be saying, that ain't no pharaoh, that's a little baby. No, that's a grown pharaoh. Hathor is depicted as a giant. I taught y'all about heretic scale in part 1. The biggest things in ancient artwork are the gods. So this is called heretic scale. This wasn't no literal giant. They made the big images big to show that these were the most important part of the artwork. Hathor represent that which gives life. Hathor represent the Taurus field. That's why she got them horns on, because that's the opening to the hyperboloid that I keep telling y'all about. That's what feeds everything. So you can see Hathor here feeding the pharaoh. That's a grown man. But they got him shrunken down for this reason. Y'all get it now? You ain't that big in the presence of your own aura, man. Your aura is bigger than you. In other words, you think you small, but your spirit is really a giant. And your spirit embodies the feminine aspect. So everyone is Hathor, because Hathor is just the Taurus field. The Hathor, Taurus field. It's the aura that covers everything. It's the packaging that wraps the gifts that's under the tree, you and me. All of these people, they are gifts under a Christmas tree. You see the tree of life? That's what the black stone in Mecca is, the Mayan tree of life. It's a mountain. As you travel north, walk, you travel up. You raise elevation. So everything walking around the earth plane is wrapped. Everything walking up under the tree of life on this earth plane is wrapped in an aura field. So we're gift. We're the present. You get it? The present. We're in between the past and future. We're the present. You, me. We physically embody the present. And you will always be in between the sun and moon as long as you're on this plane. Because you represent the present and the sun and moon represent the past and future. No matter where you go on earth, you're going to always be in between the sun and moon. And you can't go nowhere on this plane and not be in between the sun and moon. So at any given moment, you're what they call it, monkey in the middle, jack in the box. That's what we are. You're jack in the box. As you turn the handle, jack pop out of the box. So if you look at this dome like a box, as the sun and moon turn around, one day you're going to die. So think about jack in the box. You spin the handle. You don't know when jack going to pop out of that box because you can die today. You can die tomorrow. But as that sun and moon spin, sure enough, jack going to pop his ass out of that box. What that mean? That mean when you die, your spirit going to blast up out of this box. You're inside of a box, Yahweh's terrarium. And the sky vault, the house of God, is the way out. So as the sun and moon keep turning and your number is called and jack pop out the box, you go up the beanstalk, jack. Now let me take a break, man. Yeah, man, good energy and positive vibes and a feeling of enlightening and awakening because this is the truth that we always knew. I'm just reminding it to your spirit. Go ahead and hit the like button and share this Monday morning mystery school. This is part 2, and we will keep it going at this time right now. But before we get back into this, let me go ahead and give a shout out to the people that's supporting the show. We really appreciate you guys. So let me give a big shout out to Proctor. Said, what is sacred geometry and how is it applicable in our everyday life? Good question. I'm going to answer that. Mind's Eye, thank you for the donation. Great star. You are fresh. Appreciate that, man. I just threw some on today. I just threw some on, man. But let me give a shout out to Nati Tafar. Thank you for the donation. Mind's Eye, you always support, and I appreciate it. Ronald Forrester, Thank you, my brother. I'm going to keep this good energy and good information going for you guys. And Troy Brown just sent in a donation. Man, I really appreciate you guys, you know. I appreciate that. To everyone else that want to support what I do, because what I'm doing, let me just explain something. I'm giving you the raw and uncut truth and teachings of our ancient ancestors. Your children ain't gonna get this in no school. A lot of this stuff that I'm teaching you, it ain't no books on it. You can't buy a book, there ain't no book written on it. Why? Because I haven't wrote it yet. What am I saying? These teachings are unique to me. Anybody that said they ain't, then just show me the other channel. I can go on and get this. That these people know. They probably wouldn't be here. Because I'm a dick, remember? But yeah, we about to begin now, guys. So we're gifts under the tree. And what I'm doing, I'm showing you why we do what we do, symbolism. The brother asked a question with the super chat. I'm about to answer that question now. I'm basically answering your question. First, I'm going to answer that question all throughout the show. What is sacred geometry? How do we apply it? Well, everything you do and everything that does you is sacred geometry. Like, to ask that question shows me that I really need to teach more about sacred geometry, because you don't really consciously apply sacred geometry. You subconsciously do it. So, for example, how is sacred geometry applicable? Well, without sacred geometry, babies couldn't be born. How? Why you say that, Brother Sanchez? It is sacred geometry that allowed the baby to understand how to find a nipple. Sacred geometry is the study that deals with the sacred geometrical shapes that nature's used to manifest things. Let me say that again. Sacred geometry is a field of study that deals with the sacred geometrical shapes that nature produces to manifest things. That's very powerful. How do nature manifest a human being? With symbols. Nature don't talk. Tell me when nature talked to you. Nature used symbols. You said, how do you apply sacred geometry? Every time you take your ass in the rainforest and you see a black widow with a red dot on it. Because sacred geometry is symbolism. Sacred geometry deals with nature speaking to you through symbols. So sacred geometry is a language. And if you don't know it, then you don't know what the fuck me and nature over here talking about. This is an A and B conversation, and you can see your way out the motherfucker. Me and nature having a conversation. You don't know the language, so get the hell on. What up, nature? How you doing, baby? I'm doing fine. Yo, you too? Thank you. Oh, yeah, they don't know our language. Shut the hell up. Yeah, Nick. So if you don't know sacred geometry, you can't talk to nature, and you damn sure can't understand what she telling you. Just like a foreign race knowing their own language, and you don't. That's why sacred geometry is the language of the occult. So how do you apply sacred geometry? Put it this way. If you don't apply sacred geometry, your ass wouldn't even be standing here. Everybody who ever saw a poisonous spider, you owe that to sacred geometry. Because you knew that motherfucking spider was poisonous just by looking at it. You looked at the outline and the colors of it, and you said, you know what? You probably wouldn't want to touch him. He look a little bit different than this butterfly over here. See how nature speaks to you with symbols? This is how important sacred geometry is, family. But how simple it is. So the baby know when it get hungry where to find the nipple, even though the baby is blind. Meaning it can't even interpret reality yet, but it can make out a damn nipple. The baby can barely make out a human figure. The baby barely can make out the difference between a triangle or a star. The baby can barely make out anything. It just came into the doggone world. But it knows how to identify that which will keep it alive. It knows how to find the nipple. And if the baby don't know how to find a nipple, well, that ain't good because its survival depends on it. Mama may have to assist. And if you think of that on a symbolic way, we can't find a nipple. Everyone is lost today, and we're not being fed from the earth true vibration. We're being fed from religion, Muslim institutions, Christian institutions, and we're not being fed from the great mother at the North Pole. So we're not learning these true spiritual sciences that I'm teaching. We're learning a corrupted version of them. So you're not being fed. People's spirits are starving because they in these churches. That's why they gotta go every Sunday, every Monday, every Wednesday's church prayer service. Because they ain't, it's like, if the food you eat ain't nutritious, you need more of it. If the food you eat ain't nutritious, you need more of it. So these Christians and Muslims like crackheads, they can't get enough of the shit. See, they ain't getting fed because they don't have the truth, and truth is the food for the soul. All right? This nipple right here, this Mayan cosmos that's shaped like a nipple, the science of this magnetic energy field and the science of the earth, everything I'm giving you, what I'm teaching you, that's what feeds the soul. That's what feeds the soul. So when I said we ain't being fed by the mother no more, it's because we being fed by the father. And in a father's house, you got to fight for the food and the survival of the fittest. The food ain't split evenly. That's what Jesus is supposed to be representing, y'all. See, Jesus represent the vault of heaven. I just showed you that. I showed you how Jesus represent the vault of heaven. The cup that overfloweth, and the earth really feeds all the life on the earth equally. Meaning you can go get an apple off that tree just like she can. What's going to stop you? Nothing, until world governments got started. So nature feeds all of her children equally in abundance. Until government set up shop, and now we got to fight for the food. You got to compete for it. I got to go to work and work harder for you to stock my refrigerator with more fruits and vegetables than yours. So it's big fish gobble up little fish. It ain't everybody work together in the village to distribute everything evenly. Jesus supposed to be representing the great mother. See, this is what y'all got to realize. Check this out. This is what y'all got to realize. Check this out. Bear with me. When you see Jesus at the table feeding the disciples at the Passover, he's representing the goddess Ma'at with her wings spread. The goddess Ma'at with her wings spread represent Jesus on the cross. All of this is cavalry. Instead of 2 thieves, he got 2 sixes. So he got the disciples split up in 2. 6 on this side, 6 on this side. But it's still the same thing. Sun and moon with Horus in the middle, or Jesus in the middle. All right? So you can see that Trinity actually behind Jesus in the form of 3 windows. That is your Trinity, sun, moon, and the vault of heaven that they go around. These 12 disciples are the 12 months. Separate them into 3 months each. So you got 4 sets of 3 months, and you got 4 seasons. So you see the disciples in groups of 3s. This is astrotheology. But another way of looking at it is this. Ma'at. And now, another way we can look at all of this, to simplify it, is that she's the tree of life, and the tree of life feeds us all in abundance. It was a garden on earth, man. Fruits and plants everywhere. Shit that's extinct now. Millions of plant life and fruits you never heard of. This place was a garden. And it was so much abundance. Wasn't no need to compete to eat. Because just like this picture showing you, Ma'at represent Mother Earth. And she created all in abundance and made it evenly where everybody can just access it evenly. That's why Jesus represent Ma'at, supposed to be feeding all the food evenly on the table. Meaning all the disciples got the same amount. He split it up evenly. He's the great divider. And remember that the great divider is the mother at the middle of the Dogon cosmos. Gaia at the middle of the earth. Remember the bull's eye. The bull is Hathor. The eye is the point. All the 4 corners of the pyramid reach a point. And that's the all-seeing eye, or the bull's eye. Okay, the bull's eye is the all-seeing eye. The target. That's Jesus, the one in the middle. See, Jesus represents the bull's eye, or Hathor, the Taurus field. And the bull's eye is where? Always in the middle. It's always in the middle. And in order for you to get a good target, guess what you got to do? You got to close one eye to get a good shot at the bull's eye. This is symbolism. This is Illuminati. But they didn't create this. You got to close one eye if you want to get your aim right. Why do we close one eye when we shoot? Because we want to hit the bull's eye. We want to hit it in the middle. So when we shooting, we close an eye. Because that's the all-seeing eye, or the bull's eye, that allow us to stay on target. It keep us on track so we don't miss the mark. What mark? The mark of the beast. What beast? Hathor, the cow goddess. What you saying, Brother Sanchez? You want the mark of the beast? Hell yeah, give it to me. I want the mark of the beast. That's another way of saying your third eye is open. This is the bull's eye. And once the bull's eye is open, you've been marked. You've been marked. This is why the Hindus put a little dot right there. All right, all right. So you notice when the Antichrist and all that be talked about in the Christian church, they said he gonna put his mark in your forehead. Hello? Have you ever seen Antichrist symbolism and mark of the beast symbolism? The Christians say the mark of the beast is in your forehead. Y'all don't get it? The pineal gland. We are misinterpreting ancient science, folks. We're misinterpreting it. So that black stone allows everyone to evenly pull energy from it. Even the people on the far ends of this service are receiving energy from that stone. All right? The people at the very close to the stone ain't receiving more or less energy than the people on the outside. It's feeding them all evenly from wherever they are. Us humans are gifts under the cosmic tree. All of these humans under that tree of life, guess what? They are wrapped up. They are wrapped up in the Creator's energy field. So all of them humans under the tree of life hold up. Everything we do is symbolic. Every human is a gift under the tree. If the black stone is the tree of life, then every human up under the black stone pulling its energy from the black stone, wrapped in its own packaging, all coming from the all-seeing eye, or the angel on top, or Polaris, that 5-pointed star at the top, that's your Baphomet, but we know that's the goddess. They corrupted the goddess. All right? This your step pyramid, folks. See, you wrap the lights around a tree like a spiral. So if you see how all of the humans are wrapped around the tree of life, you know why we wrap all the lights around it. Remember I was telling y'all this the same thing like a barber's pole? That's why you see the fucking snake wrapped around the pole. The snake on the tree of life. Why? Because Adam and Eve are the sun and the moon. Adam and Eve is the sun and moon, and the serpent is the all-seeing eye. Remember, Adam and Eve is the sun and moon, and the serpent is the all-seeing eye. Look at the picture, look at the serpent. How many eyes is the serpent exposing? Look at the picture, look at the serpent. How many eyes is the serpent exposing? The serpent wrapped around a tree is nothing but the energy coming out of the hyperboloid. In other words, here it is right here, folks. Here it is. Y'all see the serpent? Who can see the serpent? There you go. See the serpent wrapped around the tree? Now, y'all see how they turned science into bullshit. Open your ears. You don't hear what I'm telling you? I'm going to say it one more time. You see how they turned science into bullshit. Y'all don't get what I'm telling you, do you? You think I'm just cursing, don't you? I'm not just cursing, folks. They turned this science into bullshit. Hathor talk. Goddess talk. Shit about bulls. Shit about giants. Shit about Jesus returning into heaven and hell on Calvary. So I'm going to say it one more time. They turned this science into bullshit. Holy motherfucking cow. Holy motherfucking cow. What cow that's holy? Hathor. You didn't know why we say holy cow? Well, you just learned something. You didn't know why we say bullshit? You just learned something. Oh, you want to learn something else? A person that do bad to another person and pick on them all the time is a what? First person to answer that one right in the chat room, I got something for you. First person answer that one right. If I pick on you all the time in school, what do they call me? And how do that relate to the goddess Hathor? Because she's a bull. That's a bully, Nemo hoes, you right. Y'all see how all of these words tie in now? The bully dominates. In other words, the goddess is the bully. That's why she the big one and he's small. Now let me get a round of applause. See, the goddess was the bully before she started getting bullied on by the gods. But see, the goddess didn't bully you around. Like you see on this picture. The way she bullied you around was by feeding you, man. Now they made bullying a bad thing. I got news for you folks. According to this picture, I would like to be bullied by the goddess. I don't want to be bullied by the man. I'd rather be bullied by the goddess, man. Come on now. We got to get back to these matriarchal concepts, people. Mother Nature does the real bullying. Man thinks he got it under control. But this is why we say the things we say. This is why we have bullfights and we kill all of these bulls. It's symbolic desecration of ancient science. The bull was sacred to the ancestors. So them slaying the bull is really murdering your spirituality on an esoteric level. You know, because we revered the bulls. When the ancestors ruled, the animal that we call in the bull thrived. When the patriarchs took over, the cow is like the #1 meat source today. That's why we eat all these fucking hamburgers in patriarchal society, to curse the cow goddess. Let me say it again. That's why we eat all of these goddamn hamburgers in patriarchal societies, is to curse the cow goddess. Why the fuck you think it's called a hamburger? Yeah, it was founded in Hamburg, Germany, but where did that get its name from? Ham. The god Hammon, the progenitor of the blacks. Zeus Amun. He the one slayed the bull, and we still slaying the bull. Literally, spiritually, and physically. The bull inside of you. See the red bull inside of you that give you wings and real energy? That's slayed because they got us caught up in belief systems. Now, everybody know Michael Jordan was a Chicago Bull. He also was a Q-Dog. Michael Jordan know the stuff that I'm teaching with his sellout ass, with his magician ass. This is the same thing, people, the Trinity. That's not the sun in the background. That's the hyperboloid opening of a magnetic energy field. That's the hyperboloid. See how it shapes like an hourglass? They got the two bulls blacking it out so it's shaped like an hourglass. Let me show you some. Just like if you look at the snake on this tree of life, the snake is wrapped around a tree, but the tree shapes like this. The tree top shapes like this because the energy is bursting out like a spout, like water coming out of a spigot. That's why they said Jesus bled on the cross, because that's where the energy comes out of the hourglass. That's why I keep showing this collage. If you look at that, it look like a cup on top of your head. That's why I keep showing you this right here. And I keep talking about Jesus. Serapis is Jesus. The cup is up there. He got a cup on his head to replace the horns of the goddess. But he used to wear the horns they replaced the horns with the cup, people. That's all they did. So again, this is the God Pan too. To the people that got questions for me, I promise I'll dedicate an hour and a half just for questions. But right now, I've been into my notes. I'm into the presentation. We've been into that the past hour. So what I'm going to do, because I'm finishing up my presentation, then I'll hop back into the questions. This person's question, who asked the last question, actually led me into the presentation. So that's why I'm still going. But we're going to hop back and take some more questions. See the horns, y'all? Look at the horns, right? The horns on his head replaces the goddess. See, the first form was Zeus. Zeus actually stole the horns from the goddess. Those horns are antenna. That's antenna. So she is the scarab beetle as well. I'm tying it all together to show y'all how it all relates. The Egyptian scarab beetle is the Dogon Kananga, and they both represent magnetism. It looks like the Under Armour symbol. It also looks like what they call in Sirius star system, but that's not what the Kananga represent. There is no Sirius star system physically that you can land on. The Dogon didn't come from Sirius. They came from Meru. So all of these symbols now is that cup that runneth over, is shaped like an hourglass or a holy grail. Now, Hathor is the scarab beetle. The horns are the antenna or the crown chakra that connects us. Beam me up, ET phone home. This is how we receive the signal from the source. Every human has invisible antenna. We started with the facet symbol. What I'm doing, I'm fastening it all together right now, showing you what it all means. But what I'm looking for is this. Hold on a second, because damn it. This here is why the early forms of Jesus have the cup on their head. The crown chakra looks like a cup on top of your head. Since the crown chakra looks like a cup on top of your head, these deities are not physical gods that existed in the flesh. The story of Jesus and Serapis is backwards. Serapis didn't exist in the flesh. Let's flip it around, folks. The flesh exists in Serapis. That's why it's called Rapus, because it's that wraps us. It wraps us. It's Serapis or Saran wrap. Notice how the name Serapis sound like rap and Saran wrap, Serapis. It's because Serapis represents your wrapping or your aura. And he's representing it by having that cup on his head, saying that this is a personification of your macro body. So whenever you pull up pictures of Hathor, you will see Hathor always overshadows the god, because Hathor is representing the Taurus that's wrapped around you. See here? When you look at a picture like this with the goddess big as hell overshadowing the little man and he's sucking on her nipple, this was just a beautiful way of the Egyptians showing us this. Y'all see how they the same now? This is what they mean by getting in tune with your divine feminine, man. It don't mean turn gay. Men, this is what they mean, men, by getting in tune with your higher feminine side. It don't mean turn gay. It mean to understand the secrets of the goddesses. That's why all these dudes in the cult be with that gay shit. Because they making this shit. They're literalizing the science. And when you do that, you distort the truth. Okay? So they got people, like when we have sex, we suck on titties. It's a literal form of the science. But we don't know where it come from. What they do is they dumb the science down. And now niggas be like, ooh, girl, I can't wait to suck them titties. We sexualize the science. In other words, we move the science from the crown to the gown. Let me say that again. What we did was we moved the science from the crown and we dumbed it on down to the gown. That's why when you ask a motherfucker what the ankh mean, they tell you the female womb. Because they can't get past the root chakra to see that the ankh is actually a symbol that represents the cosmos. They not able to see the big picture because their head is in the fucking damn gutter. So the average nigga will suck the hell out of a titty, but he don't know shit about this imagery right here. If I tell him to break this down, he'll be like, what is that? Pornography? Is that child porn? So today the world's so dumb, they can pass this off as Egyptian child porn. I'm pretty sure you got some Hebrew Israelites. Look at this, man. See, man, the Lord gonna destroy y'all Egyptians, man. Look at them, man. They got babies sucking on titties, man. This is a abomination, man. The Lord gonna destroy y'all ass. We misinterpreting the shit because we thinking on a low ass level. Get your mind out the gutter and all of this shit like this will make sense to you. You wouldn't sexualize everything. This ain't got Nothing to do with sex. It ain't even got nothing to do with child's drinking milk for real. But it has everything to do with magnetism. The ancestors personified all their sciences. Hold up a second. Let me get my smoothie. All right, yo. So if you look at the picture of the human, somebody got a little demonstration. Everything in nature is made this way. So this was also the monarch butterfly and the owl's face, Ovo the owl, Moloch the owl. It was something else I wanted to say about this. There was something else I wanted to say about this. It'll come back to me. All right, I'm about to get ready to start taking some more questions here in a minute, guys. Bear with me. Hit the like button. That's another part I got to get to about the phallus worship. So, there was a song called You Ring My Bell. Remember that a lot of these musicians be telling us the truth, but you got to know how to listen to the music on an esoteric level. The lady has a very high pitch. She says, you ring my bell, 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 my bell, you ring my bell, you ring my bell. What is she saying? What is she saying? What other animal in nature wears a bell? Teaching y'all some deep shit right now about the goddess Hathor. See, what y'all don't know is that another form of the goddess Hathor is Moloch. That's the mother goddess with her hands raised. I keep teaching y'all that. I keep showing y'all the goddesses with their hands raised, symbolizing the same thing that Shu symbolizes in the middle of Egyptian cosmology. The hyperboloid at the middle. Jesus had his hands raised. Whenever you see the hands raised, remember Jesus, Shu, the mother goddess, the vault of heaven, the cross. Why is Moloch on top of a step pyramid? The same reason that the doggone all-seeing eye hovers above a step pyramid. Moloch represents the all-seeing eye. Didn't I just tell you Hathor represent that? So this is the great mother, and she took the form of a cow, a serpent, a hawk, and many more animals, a crocodile. Here's her in her crocodile form. Now, what you looking at is Moloch with her hand, with the hands raised, but this is a transformation of Hathor. Now, let me show you something. Check this out. This is Dogon. This is a temple in Mali. This is a Dogon temple. And look what's carved on the front of the temple. To the far right there is a crocodile that became Sobek to the Egyptians. There was a crocodile deity that the Egyptians had. The Egyptians did not create that crocodile deity. That crocodile deity was created by the Dogon. Here it is right here. That's Sobek. But before it was called Sobek, it was Amma. Amma. And these two symbols are the two symbols of Amma. The serpent represents her and the crocodile represents her. Both of these symbols represent Amma. She also has, like I said, many more forms. So this is where we get all the talk about reptilian shapeshifters. When you hear people talk about reptilian shapeshifting, literally, get away from them. They don't know what they're talking about. The goddess was a reptilian and she can shapeshift, meaning she can take the form of a cow. She can take the form of a serpent. She could take the form of an hourglass. She could take the form of a hawk. She could take the form of a bull. She could take the form of a crocodile. She could take the form of a monarch butterfly. She could take the form of a DNA strand. She could take the form of an hourglass. Like I said, the goddess can shapeshift and assume many forms, but it's still the goddess. And that's all I'm doing today. I'm showing you the many faces of the Divine Mother. When I say the many faces, remember what the brother asked me now. Remember what the brother asked me. When I talk about the many faces of the goddess, when you start looking at these many faces of the goddess and tying them together, that's fascism. When you take all of these different faces of the goddess, all of these different forms and put them together, that's syncretism or fascism. You fasten them together. Let me show you something. I'm not just talking out my ass neither. I'm going to show you something. I literally mean what I'm saying. When you start studying the goddess in ancient art, you will see that the goddess is one concept, but she comes in many faces. Let me show you what I'm talking about. This is what facism is all about. See these different faces of the goddess? She come in a trinity. These three different faces is the same thing I showed you in Egyptian cosmology. Facism is tying together these faces, man. Literally. It's tying together these faces with everything else. Now look at this trinity. You see how it's got that left, right, center type sacred geometry? That Jesus in between the two thieves type sacred geometry? Right? Horus being the grounding point. Y'all following the code. It's the same thing here with the goddesses. But the goddesses predate Horus. So, if you look at the symbol of the goddesses, yes, you have 4 different faces. People call it the triple goddesses, but it's actually 4 different faces. There's a face in the back that you can't see. So this is actually a 4-leaf clover. We call it the triple goddesses, but it's actually 4 faces. You can't see the 4th one because it's in the back. But it actually it makes an X. It's a bullseye. If you was looking at this from the top view, it'll look like a 4-leaf clover. All right? But that's a whole nother subject, because that's why the Celtics used the 4-leaf clover, but the 4-leaf clover represent the goddesses. It's just the goddesses from a top view. And you will notice that the goddess is green in a lot of the Celtic art, just like that. So she is the 4-leaf clover. And the reason she the 4-leaf clover, because the 4-leaf clover, remember, that's the magnetic energy field. And I'll show y'all that again in a minute. Go watch my video on Kanye West and OTO and Thelema, Aleister Crowley, brosancheztv. That'll get into the 4-leaf clover and Horus and all of that. I ain't gonna do it here. So I just wanted to show this to show what facism is all about. You know, it's really that simple. Syncing together the many faces of the goddess. When you say faces, you're also saying phases. Phases. Faces is phases. Phases is stages. The many faces of the God are the many stages of the God, the many phases of the God, of the goddess. You feel me? So the many faces of the God are the many steps of a pyramid, or the many sides of a pyramid. All right. You got to move up the phases, the stages. You're stepping upon the face of the earth. Remember that. You walk upon the face of the earth. And when you move up the mountain and ascend to higher planes of existence, you're going to always be walking upon the faces of the goddess. Because the earth is the goddess. We plant the seeds in the ground and we walk upon her face, literally. So how humble should you be? You know what I mean? That Gaia, earth, you know, remember Gaia became Geb. So Geb is a patriarchal form of the triple. It's 3 goddesses because the goddesses represented all of this stuff. The earth, the sun and moon, all of that. What the man represented was the act of destruction, which is not necessarily bad. I guess over time, the men got tired of their role and they say, fuck that, women, we gonna turn you into the devil. We want to shine for a minute in the mythology and make it a man's world. We tired of being the spiritual representation of the destructive force. So now man made himself, all of these gods are the feminine, represent the feminine, but they're men. So these gods give birth, and you got to be born again through these dudes, because somewhere in the timeline, men got tired of their role. I actually think it's dope to be the destructive force of nature. Think about it, right? I'm finna blow y'all away with this. Men, let me show you your role. We are the eraser that erases the board and allow for new creation, men. We are the destroyers, and ain't nothing wrong with that. Let me show y'all men some. What's it called, y'all? The big old ball on the chain that they knocked the building down with? Here we go. A wrecking ball. Men, men, we are the wrecking balls. We destroy so that nature can rebuild. I'm going to give you some sacred geometry now. Notice how the sperm cell shapes like the wrecking ball. You see how sacred geometry reveals the roles of everything? You see how I'm using sacred geometry to teach? And you can understand it so clear. Like I don't have to talk that much because I'm using these images. The way I'm syncing these symbols together. Showing you the relation. Think of the wrecking ball like the sperm cell. It basically destroys the egg. You got this perfect, beautiful, glowing little egg, and all of a sudden, this little guy comes and boom, breaks it open. But that breaking can be seen right here. That breaking that the sperm makes can be seen right here. So as the sperm enters the egg, the soul simultaneously enters the sky vault. And as they make contact, excuse me, folks. Hold up a second. I got all kind of interruptions going here, giving y'all my full attention. So that breaking isn't nothing to be looked at as something bad. It's something good, like how you break the ground open to put a seed in it. See, men, listen to me, men. We are a destructive force of nature. That don't mean we destroy each other. That means we destroy that which nature is done with. In other words, if Nut is the board, if Nut represents a rectangle-shaped chalkboard, if Nut represents a canvas or a chalkboard, once that chalkboard is filled with words, the man represents the eraser. Notice the shape of the eraser. Notice the shape of the canvas. See, the chalkboard receives the word like the womb receives the sperm, which is the living word of God. Literally, the light, the conscious spark of the Creator being spoken. So, as the sperm penetrates the egg and it breaks a hole into that egg and enters the egg, the human starts to materialize in this realm. Because as the sperm enters the egg on a biological level, on a macrocosmic level, the soul is entering this sky vault. That's the egg. That's why you got that circle at the top. Right here. The soul, the sperm entering the egg is the doctor's way of telling you we're receiving a new soul to the earth. It's happening simultaneously in micro and macro. As the spirit enters the sky vault, the doctors in the hospital looking at the sperm go inside of the egg. This is very powerful stuff. So, men, why do I say we the wrecking ball? Because once the destruction is done, a new building can be made. So once the sperm cell tears down the walls of that egg and destroys it to allow entry for itself, it can now transform into a human. So the wrecking ball is the new building. Take a minute and think about that, people. Take a minute and think about that. How profound is that? You got to redefine what destruction is once you start grasping the concept of infinity. What can be destroyed in infinity? Nothing. It can only be transformed and recreated. That's what this is telling you right here. The sperm is destroying the old building to make the new one. This body was a sperm cell. This body used to be that. And it's another way of saying the World Trade Center Memorial used to be a building. The sperm cell, the human body, used to be a sperm cell. Just like if I go down the street and I take a wrecking ball and tear down that church and I build a church's chicken right there, people who remember it gonna say, that church's chicken used to be a church. Now it's a church's chicken. You know, it transformed. But how did it transform? Something had to get torn down for the new building to be built. And that's why the sperm is the wrecking ball. The sperm is the wrecking ball. It's there to destroy so mama can rebuild you a body in the place of where it destroyed down to create the site for construction. Y'all getting this? Are y'all getting this? Mitsum Styles, you are wrong. Your mom doesn't make a soul. The mom captures the soul, just like a net captures fish. Now, what happened when a net captures fish? The net get tight and it start to swell up and that net is full of fish. That's what your mama belly is. It's capturing a soul. And once the soul is captured in her, she starts to swell up like a net. That's why they call it pregnant. Preg means spark. Net means just what it means, a net. The belly makes a net because it now has received the spark, which is the sperm. So, the sperm is the wrecking ball. And I think y'all get what I mean with that now. We can move on from that one. So one thing I want to point out is we was talking about fascism, fastening it all together, simplified it, speaking what they said, talk to me down to earth, man. What I'm giving you when I teach is the true language of what they call down to earth speaking. I'm down. That's why it resonates with you. It's easy to understand. It ain't a bunch of fancy ass words and a nigga with a tie on trying to fit in this modern shithole world. It's a young, humble soul speaking to you to the best of his ability, comfortable to get all this truth out me, hoping that the ancestors speak through me. So you're going to get the truth, but it's going to be speaking in what they call slang talk. Why they call it slang talk? This is what the Christians is faking. They ain't speaking in tongue. I'm speaking in tongue right now. That's conjuring back up the memory of this ancient truth. All right, speaking in one's own dialect to explain it. I've created my own language to teach with. That's why you can't get this from anywhere. Because even if somebody teach this, they ain't going to teach it how I'm teaching it. And the way I'm teaching it is a pattern. It's a method to this madness. And that's speaking in tongue. But you can't speak my tongue. Once you understand this truth for yourself, you'll find your own unique way to express it and teach it that's going to be better than mine. Or the same as mine, just different versions of it. Just like every human is a different version of the source. Every human should express this truth in their own light. That's speaking in tongues. That's when every mouth on the earth can speak out of their mouth the truth of the cosmos, what I'm doing, in their own fucking way. They don't give a damn if you're a nigga up there in Brownsville, Brooklyn. Son, you know, you can start kicking your shit, son, you know, about magnetism or whatnot, you know what I mean? Talk about hyperboloids and how the great mother, you know what I'm saying, how the great mother was desecrated, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? They ain't having that, son, you know what I mean? They desecrated the great mother, you know what I mean? Or if you're from Jamaica, man, you can still come along and say, look at the goddess Nut here. What she represents, my friend, is a magnetic Taurus field. Every man on earth, no matter his tongue or dialect, having an understanding of this universal concept. That's what speaking in tongue originally was about. It was the universal language that connected humanity. And I went over that in part 1 of Mystery Schools. You can check that out. So, I'm going to say this and I'm going to hop in the chat room to get more questions. This is the symbol of fascism. We know it's an hourglass. It's a hyperboloid. We ain't got to get into that because we've been breaking it down. Been doing a good job breaking it down. We know we're dealing with magnetism here. So this is the fascist symbol. I'm tying it into the different faces of the goddess. Let's look at another version. The 2 birds is another form of it. But what I want to point out to you is what you got with the 2 birds is what? 2 faces. See, that was a deity. Let me show y'all something. Show y'all something right quick. I'm about to call out these super chats in a second. Here's Two-Face. All right. And what Two-Face represent is the same thing that our money represent. The 2 faces of your money, that's the sun and the moon. The 2 faces of the tree. The tree has a dual aspect to it. The Great Mother has a dual aspect. That became known as the Father and the Son in Christianity. But this dual aspect was the yin and the yang to the ancient world, the negative and the positive of a magnetic energy field. That simple. That can be seen as the sun and the moon. And when you look at Two-Face making an X with his hand, they're esoterically giving you fascist symbolism. He's making a hyperboloid, and what he's showing you is the symbol of fascism. See, the symbol of fascism is X, marks the spot. That's the symbol of fascism. And what it's dealing with is just what the words say, faces. Facism. It's the different faces of Mother Nature. So just like you see these 2 birds that represent facism, and I keep doing my hands like this to show you that it all goes back to the cosmos and the vault of heaven, because that vault of heaven is made of two faces. That's why Jesus had two thieves. Two fishes is what he fed the crowd with. These two birds are the yin yang, the two fishes, the two thieves, or the two faces. Y'all get me? Who you know break it down like your boy? Let me take a minute and do one of these. I'm serious. Who you know break it down like your boy? Let me stop. That was my little minute of sucking myself off. Now let's get back on it. Those two faces that we talking about, you can see them here. It's two sides of a magnetic energy field. Think of a number 8. It's two teardrops that make the number 8. So fuck it. 2 tears in the bucket. Why do we say that? Why do we say fuck it, 2 tears in the bucket? Why do we say fuck it, 2 tears in the bucket? You see it for yourself. I don't gotta talk. Shit. Why I gotta talk, man? I can just say some shit and put the picture up and the picture will talk for me. Because I know what to say. Who can see 2 teardrops in a bucket? If you see 2 teardrops in the bucket, let me get a 1 in the chat room. All I'm doing is showing y'all why we say the shit we say, why we do the shit we do. It's spirituality behind everything. I mean, shit, I can at least get a 1 if you feel me. Bucket, 2 tears in the bucket. All right, now let's keep on moving with it. Where's the bucket? You got the 2 tears in the bucket. I just want to reinforce, there go your bucket. The 2 tears in the bucket is the 2 thieves that Christ allowed to ascend to heaven with him. In other words, Christ allowed the 2 thieves into his bucket because he represents the bucket. That's what he represents. Remember, people, you got to think about something, right? I'm finna fuck you up with this. Check this out. Christ represents the bucket or the cup of life, the Holy Grail, the hyperboloid. Hathor represents the same bucket. Hathor is a, I'm going to let somebody in the chat room answer that. Hathor represents the magnetic cup of life, or what we call a magnetic bucket. Bucket, 2 tears in the bucket. See the 2 tears on her head? See the 2 pillars on Hathor's head? She represents the bucket. But what's another name for her? Come on, people. I don't want to be the one answering all this. Come on now. We talking about a bucket and we talking about Hathor. I want y'all to answer this. You see Christ with a bucket on his head. That bucket represents the horns of Hathor. So if Christ wear a bucket and he represent Hathor, if Serapis is the bull and Serapis is a form of Hathor, and Hathor represent the bucket too, and they both represent the goddamn bucket, how does this relate to Hathor? How does the bucket relate to the goddess Hathor when we talk about etymology? There you go. The bucket shaped like the sky goddess, like the recycle bin. You right, that's Nut the sky goddess. Triple X unknown, you so right. Pan is a bucket. Another word for bucket or is container or a pan, and that's the name of a god. But y'all still ain't getting my answer right. Y'all ready for the answer? Y'all gonna be like, ah, nigga, man, shut up. Yeah, man, you know a bull is a buck. A bull is a buck, like the Milwaukee Bucks. So, Hathor, the bull or the buck, is a personification of the magnetic bucket. God damn it, man. This is getting hard to do. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's go back to this. Because y'all think I'm making shit up. I'm not making shit up. Remember we said it's the symbol of fascism? Check this out. What's another word for fastening something? I told you earlier, to buckle it. Keep it 100, keep it a what? Buck. I just gotta stop. I mean, who you know do this shit like me? Who you know do it like this? Alright? This is real stuff. So fascism is buckling. It's buckism. Learning how to buck things together. See? This is the true power, folks. Not money. Not their bucks. You see, Starbucks has a logo that represents the goddess. Next time you go to Starbucks and take them bucks out your pocket, look at the logo. And you'll see Starbucks logo is represent what? A magnetic bucket. When they say that Jesus' cup overflowed, his bucket overflowed. Because there was a buck that represented the same concept, and her name is Hathor. She's shaped like a dollar bill, like a rectangle, like a brick. And we know the why bricks are sacred to the Masons and all of that. But anyway, you know, money is called bucks because money is a spiritual tool. Remember that let me show you something real quick. You see, the symbol of fascism shows you basically how these different fashions are fastened together. So you got different faces tied together by one string. That's what this symbol represents, string theory. You got different faces tied together by one string. Let me show you something. Remember what I just told you with the faces symbol? Hold up. This is the faces symbol. Remember, faces symbol. Faces symbol. And what you got is many different faces in the form of many different arrows tied together with one string. Same thing you got with the goddesses. You got many different faces sharing one neck. You got many different faces tied together by one body. Same concept. They just corrupted it. So when you see this, think of this. All right? Very simple. Now we can move along. Now, when you look at the Bavarian triple goddesses here, what you're looking at is Hathor. Remember, Hathor, all goddesses take a triple form. So a lot is actually not one deity. It's a plural deity. It's actually a triple goddess. That is what they call in the Elohim, that plural form, the plural form of the source. So you're looking at that here. And what you're looking at is, like I said, sun, moon, and the vault of heaven is the face that's looking directly at you. That's the face of God, the one that's looking directly at you with both eyes. She represents the vault of heaven. The two on the side of her represent the two thieves that's surrounding Jesus. She represents Jesus. But these two thieves on the side of her, sun and moon. But this is what's spinning them. She's the one doing the turning. If she stopped turning, the sun and moon stopped turning. Because she's the wicked witch at the north stirring up the sky. Creating time. She got the recipe for time. Throw in a little bit of stars, little bit of clouds, couple of moons, couple of wandering stars, a tad bit of what you call it, comets or asteroids. There you go. The recipe for time. You put it all in a pot and you stir it up, and you will make something called life soup. But you gotta keep on stirring it. Because if you stop, the soup disappears from the pot. That's what life is. So the one that's doing the stirring, all right, think of it, right? What's also known as a steer. All right, what is also known as a steer? Y'all get it now? We call cows steers. Why do we call cows steers? The reason we call cows steers is because the cow steers the cosmos in ancient cosmology. And now at this time, we can open up the panel and take some questions. Thank y'all. We got about hour and a half. We stop around about 1 o'clock. We go to noontime. So I'm going to take another break here, and then you can at me in the chat room, and we can take some more questions. And when I come back, I'll start off with super chat donations. That completes this little section right now, and I'll be right back with more. We'll wrap it up. Thank y'all. I love y'all. Because you know why? It take a special group of people to even be interested in divine science, like this. So I'll be right back. We're going to get it in. Be right back. I'm going to take me a couple little drain on. I'm not even going to take a long break, I swear. Just enough. Y'all know what I'm about to do. I ain't got to tell you. You know what I'm about to do. But I appreciate y'all for not being all judgmental, allowing me to relax, be myself, and just give y'all what you know, what you love me for. The moment I stop doing this, the moment that people leave and go away. And I expect you to. I have to be consistent on my calling. This is what I'm here to do. And when I'm doing this, I'm at my best. This is what I was called to teach and do. So I appreciate you guys. And like I said, I'll be right back. So get your questions together. I'm going to start off with super chats, and then y'all can start at me with the questions. So give me 1 minute. I'm trying to rush, and I done mess my blunt all up. Don't you hate when you roll the blunt, you mess it up, and you gotta use some more paper to patch up holes and shit? Now this shit looking like an ugly monster finger with all this patchwork. Patchwork Studios. Patchwork motherfucking Studios. If you're a smoker, you know about that patchwork. Gotta patch them motherfucking holes up, nigga rushing. And you hope you got them all. Ain't no leaks. Because now you're going to be playing a flute like Pan around this motherfucker. Like, damn, Sanchez, you done turned into Pan around this bitch. Uh, hey, let me uh let me y'all gonna know if if I got any holes in this bitch, cause you gonna see me play that flute. Uh, uh, uh. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and take questions. Oh, hold on, before we get into questions, let's read super chats. Shout out to Yo Melody Incorporated. How can I share my sacred geometry art with you? Send it to talktoBroSanchez at gmail.com. Put sacred geometry in the title, and that'll stand out to me. And I'll open that up and definitely respond to you. Just email me. My email all over the place. I do respond. I'm a businessman, and I'll get with it. I'll even share it on my channel, bro. I will do that. Shout out to Troy Brown. And Be Strong. Another shout out to Mind's Eye. Be Strong. Appreciate the support, bro. And Triple X Triple Unknown. Words are but one form of communication. There are also many ways to get a message across. All that truly matters is that the message is understood. Ain't that right? Man, that is so right. Uni Triumph. Ophiuchus, thank you for the super chat donation. LaShawn Thomas sent in a super chat donation to us, family. And our brother LaShawn says, Bro Sanchez just came to donate. Been watching your videos for a few months now. We'll catch up on your old ones. Go on to bed. Much love to the chat. Much love to you, my brother. I appreciate y'all support. I do. Appreciate the support. Big C's 248 said, put your cash app up because I know YouTube take a percentage of these donations. You deserve all yours. You teaching on another level. And I appreciate that, Big C. Much love, big bro. Appreciate that, man. Shout out to my brother Infamous Styles for that super chat donation. Yeah, I think I'm gonna write that in my notes, like to get a cash app. Is that's what you call it? Just go on Google and just look for a cash app. Is that what these guys using? I didn't know it was that easy. I see a couple of them using it. So that's what I need, a cash app. Okay, let me write that down. So I'm gonna get a cash app. That way I can tell you to donate to my cash app. Too. We can have that available too. All right. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions at this time? Because we don't have any questions anymore. Well, we answered all the questions in the super chat. So any more questions that you got for me, at me. You got to make my name orange. Otherwise, I won't see it. If you don't know how to turn my name orange, ask a moderator. They'll show you how. Gotta at me. I appreciate everybody giving me love while we wait on. Ain't no panel today. Listen, people. Monday morning mystery school is only Bro Sanchez, me only, giving you these teachings. I don't have time for a panel on these because I be up here 4-5 hours most of the time, and I still don't be done teaching what I have to teach. So I started this series to brighten up you guys' Monday morning. Bread215 says, much love and respect from Philly, bro. Keep doing what you do and really enjoy the fully detailed presentations. I'm going to stay consistent with it. See, here's the thing about what I'm doing now. I thought this through. I said when I was working a job, one of the days that I hated the most was Monday morning. Everybody working a job, you know you hate Monday morning. So since Brother Sanchez is not no lazy nigga, and if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it just as hard as you do your job, I added on this day onto my already busy schedule to start this ongoing presentation and series. May have bit off more than I can chew. But I'm gonna, like I said, I ain't get but like 5 hours of sleep last night. But I do this for y'all. And when I was working 13-hour shifts. So if I can do it for the corporations, don't you think I'm gonna work that much harder doing something that I love to do? I love to do this shit. So what I'm gonna start doing is getting my ass up bright and early on Monday mornings with all of you. That's what I said. I said, you know, most of my people, they work jobs. And I know they hate Monday mornings. So I'm going to give them something to look forward to on a Monday morning. So what you can rest for sure and believe. Yep, I know Sundays is a bitch because you got to go back to work Monday. So that ain't nothing proud. That ain't going to make you too happy. You're going to be like, damn, I got to go to work Monday. But now, you can be like, well, Brother Sanchez is going to be on with me. And he going to be up early Monday morning teaching with a smile on his face, giving me energy. So start your Monday morning with Monday Morning Mystery School. And I guarantee you, you will start your week off better. Mondays won't be that bad to you now. Because your brother here to brighten up your day. I'm here to brighten up your day. I know Monday mornings suck, but not no more, because I'm on Monday mornings. All right? All right. So that's what the Monday Morning Mystery School is all about. We want to take a day that would normally be a bitch to think about and give you something good to look forward to on a Monday morning. All right? I ain't getting no questions. You gotta at me, man. I don't know if anybody at me. Oh, no, I'm not getting no questions. I'll wait around for questions. But what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I'll give y'all some more little closing information. And this closing information gonna be just as powerful as everything else. So stay with me. We got some more to learn. Now, the picture you looking at here of this crocodile, like I said, that's a form of Hathor. That's a form of Nut. That's a form of the Dogon Kananga. That's the crocodile. That's the serpent form of the goddess. And I'll show you her other serpent form, because this crocodile goddess that you looking at over here, she has a Madonna form. I'm going to show it to you now. Now, what I'm about to show you now is a very popular image that many people are misinterpreting for aliens. Okay, here we go. Here she is. Here's the serpent goddess, or the reptilian goddess. And if you look at her headdress, that's still a headdress that women wear today. Women, I don't know what you call it, but that's a headdress that women wear today. Women wear this headdress today. Now, the Pope hat they get the Pope hat from this too. Remember, they hijacked everything from the goddess. Remember now, what do the goddess wear? The goddess wear gowns and robes, right? That's what the Pope wear with his gay ass. All right? He got the goddess wear on. He's putting himself in the place of the goddess. He has the crown on his head of the goddess. If you ever play chess, you know that the Pope headdress is the sacred geometry of the queen and not the king. This is goddess worship. This is a womb. This is a vagina. All right. The reason he has a vagina on his head is for this reason. If you've been following part 1, then you already know. The reason the Pope hat is a vagina. Why is the Pope hat a vagina? Why do the Pope have a vagina on his head? This is why the Pope have a vagina on his head. This is why the Pope have a vagina on his head. Because the Pope is personifying an earlier form of this patriarchal god. His name was Zeus. This is Zeus giving birth to Athena out of the vagina in his head. Remember, they rewrote the story and then they moved the vagina to the rib and they made Adam give birth to Eve out of the rib. But they just moving around this vagina on different parts of the man since they deleted the goddess. Now, ain't this some sick shit? They deleted the goddess. Now they got to put the pussy on different parts of the man. Next, they gonna put the dang on vagina on his back and let him give birth they gonna let him give birth to humanity out of his damn back nets. So this is why the Pope got a vagina on his head, symbolizing birth coming out the top of his head. He's symbolizing birth coming out the top of his head. Serapis symbolizing birth coming out the top of his head because that cup is a womb. It's an opening. I wouldn't want to stick my thing in it. That's gay. Y'all see how this is homosexuality now? It's a Father, Son, and a ghost, a Holy Ghost. They took the woman away, so the man is wearing the womb on his head. But this represents the unadulterated form of it, the cow. Now they killing all the cows today. Like I said, we eat hamburgers more than anything. Barbecue. We go to the bullfights. We killing up the cows because it happens on a physical level when it happens on a spiritual level. Listen to me, people, because I'm about to give you some deep shit right now. All the animals that get killed the most were the most spiritual animals to our ancestors. Snakes get killed the most. Talking about we need the venom to create anti-venoms. Snakes get slaughtered up so much that we won't even fucking need an anti-venom out the wild because won't be no more goddamn snakes around. Did you know that? Did you know that snakes are being killed at a high-ass rate, alarming rate? And that we saying we killing these snakes to make snake skin boots, snake skin wallets that get venom. But the way we killing them, we ain't gonna need the anti-venom. They gonna be extinct. But guess what? The snake was one of the most holy symbols in the ancient world. The snake was one of the most revered symbols in the ancient world. And now the snake is the most feared symbol. Everybody's scared of snakes. How do they do that? See, what happens in the spiritual realm plays out on the physical realm. So when they got rid of the bull on a spiritual realm, the bull is also being tortured and desecrated on a physical realm. Like I said, the cow is the most slaughtered and butchered and tortured animal on earth. The cow. Because the cow was very spiritual to the ancients. So when they cursed the cow and desecrated the cow in the spirituality, they made a hate for the cow in the hearts of in the spirit of man. Because the cow was a symbol that linked us to Mother Nature. The animals spoke they used languages they use animals as a symbolic language. Our ancestors use animals as a symbolic language, just like I'm showing you now. And the cow represented the Taurus field. So did the snake. So if you see on this wall, the symbol right here is a snake, and this is another form of the goddess, the mother, the great mother, the tree of life. This the snake that was wrapped around a tree in the Bible. When it say that snake spoke good and evil, it's just saying positive, negative, sun and moon, or Adam and Eve. That snake actually gave birth to man and woman. But in the Bible, they telling you the snake is why man and woman is cursed, because they actually desecrating the goddess. So if you look at this snake right here, let me show you something. All right, let me show you what, and remember, that's from a Dogon temple that we're looking at. And this is all linked to the divine feminine. All right, here. In the far right, it's a symbol called the Ouroboros. And the Ouroboros is another ancient way of personifying the human's aura. Your aura is your Taurus field. It surrounds you, and it is like you being wrapped up in a python. Hold up a second, people. Thank y'all for being patient. Here you are. Here you are. Surrounding your body is a huge python. Let me show you something. In Asia, they got these deities called Naginis, and Naginis show you what I'm talking about. When you see all of these symbols of a snake surrounding the man body, when you see the ancestors' drawings and carvings of this snake that's surrounding this man body, only thing they showing you is this. The ancestors dealt with science just like we deal with science, man, but they personified it. So instead of getting an image like that one with the man with the little grid and the scientific looking shit, the ancestors, they just made it a little bit more graphic. So that image of the human Taurus field was symbolized this way, with a man with a snake wrapped around him. And it became images like this one. When you see these images of all the snakes surrounding a man, they just talking about your Taurus field. Your Taurus field is a light body, is a ball of light that's surrounding your body. And what's creating the light is each one of your chakra points. That's why you got seven-headed, it's a seven-headed snake, because you got seven chakras. It's seven heads of the snake because each chakra is a different color, and each chakra shines outward its color around your body. And when all the colors combine, that's why we call it a light body. Don't you know what makes light is all the colors in the spectrum? When you put all the colors together, it can create darkness or it can create light. That's the crazy thing about it. All the colors together don't just make darkness. All the colors together also create light. So Um, seven colors of the rainbow is what create the light. Right? These seven colors, this light box is a box made out of light. And I told y'all how that's possible because when light come in contact with magnetic energy, the light takes the shape of the magnetic energy field, and that shape is a box or a ring world. You know? And this is another way of looking at the human aura surrounding the body. I've been showing you pictures of the human aura surrounding the body. In the Vedic or Hindu, when you see the Nagini with the hood over his head, it's no different than Sarappas with the cup over his head. Everybody's teaching the same thing. The cup on the head is also the horns of Hathor, is also the faces of the triple goddess. As you can see, the triple goddess faces, it makes a trident. This is the Adidas symbol. This is Adidas. We know that the three stripes is the step pyramid. We know that the all-seeing eye sits upon a step pyramid. I showed you that in the Mayan cosmos. I showed you a trident sitting on top of a step pyramid. Then I show you that. Think back, people. Pull up a Mayan cosmos. You will see a tree of life or a trident sitting on top of a step pyramid at the middle of the earth. That's what Adidas is showing you. In this Adidas symbol, you see a trident sitting on top of some stripes. It's a trident sitting on top of this step pyramid. It's the same thing as this. The three faces are the trident, and this mountain is the step pyramid. The three faces are the trident, and the mountain is the step pyramid. I am cracking the cosmic code for you, and it's important that I be just a little redundant so that these symbols can become simple to you, to where they're everyday symbols. So here's the same thing, another form of Hathor being Moloch, and you can see Moloch represent those three faces. Remember, I just showed you the Adidas symbol, the trident sitting on top of the step pyramid. The trident sitting on top of the step pyramid. Same thing this doggone Moloch bull showing you. With the hands raised, the bull becomes the trident. And it's sitting on top of the step pyramid. This bull is the divine feminine. And what does this bull shape like? What does this bull shape like? What does this bull shape like? Replace the U with an E. That bull shaped like a bell. That bull shaped like a bell. Because the bull is the bell. And the buck is the bill. The dollar bill is the buck, right? Why do you call your bills bucks? Why do you call your bills bucks? Why is the Pepsi Cola symbol red and blue and the Buffalo Bills is red and blue? Because you're dealing with sun and moon, red and blue shift when we talk magnetic energy. These are the two phase shifts of a magnetic energy field. Red shift and blue shift. We call it night and day. We experience it as night and day from inside the magnetic energy field. What we're calling night and day is red shift, blue shift. So the Buffalo Bills are red and blue. And the bill is the bell. And the bill is the bull. And the bull is ball. Ball. The bull name is Apis. This bull's name is Apis. And throughout, and as time passed, when they transformed this bull to a Greek version, it became Serapis. That's why I keep showing you this God right here. See what his name is? Serapis. Serapis. And that's the name of this bull. Apis. So when they say we come from apes, they ain't lying to you. We come from apes, but not literal ape people. We come from people who worship the great mother in the form of Apis. The word Apis, A-P-I-S, also became the word apex. A-P-I-S is also A-P-E-X because Serapis or Serapis, Apis the bull, also represents the apex. What is an apex, brother? It's the top of a mountain. It's another way of saying the pinnacle, the peak, the apex, the zenith, the climax, the summit. It's the apex. That's why when you pull up apex, you get these triangles. You get the symbols of the goddess. You get the womb. You get the triple goddesses. See, all the symbols of apex is also the symbols of Apis. Again, the bull represents the Baal, and the bull was called Baal, and the bull is the only animal that wear the Baal that I know of, because that's symbolic, that's spiritual. We even call it a cowbell. We even use it in music. So when the shorty's singing the song, "You can ring my bell," it's because the little ball and chain that's ringing the bell is the sperm entering the egg. This is all symbolism. When the sperm enters the egg, the sperm is ringing her bell, is ringing her bell. And that vibration is what creates life. So the egg is a bell without nothing to ring it. Woman, you incomplete without the man. Listen, women, yes, you represent the bell, but you can't ring without the ringer. Now let me fuck your mind up a little bit. Put a B in front of the word ringer. Put a B in front of the word ringer. Now you see why Christ was the bringer of life. The bringer is the ringer. You know the G is the K as well. The brinker. Because the brink is the apex. The brink is the top. When the sperm reaches the egg, it reached the top of the mountain. So it's the brinker. It's the brinker. Another way of saying the man on top of the brink, but is also the bringer of light. The bell is a dark shell. Once it's wrong, the light comes on. So you see that the light bulb also shaped like a bell, because it's all based on this same sacred geometry. What rings the bell is the sperm cell. What turns the light on is the spark. The bell is the egg is dark until the sperm gets there. So another way of looking at that would think of a light bulb, but it don't have no light in it. That's what you are, woman. You're an empty shell without the yolk, without the man, if you don't have the man. All right? So the egg is an empty, it's like a bell with nothing to ring it. It's an empty bell. That's what your egg is, woman. Your egg is a bell without no little ball to ring it. The only time your bell can be rung is when the sperm is brung. Take the word "be" off of brung. He brung the light and rung the bell. The bringer of consciousness is the ringer of the bell. So the bell cannot ring unless the sperm come in contact with it. Then the music of life begin and the baby is born. Let me get a flat motherfucking power. Act like y'all like what I'm doing for you, please. So they'll tell you that there is no light created until the sperm make contact. That's why when you look at this picture, you see light pouring out of the egg once the sperm breaks it. That's what's happening on a cosmic level with the vault of heaven. Let me show you what I mean. What we're calling a vault of heaven is an opening in the heavens that actually allow the very conscious thought of the Most High to emanate this realm. Let me say that again. What we're calling the opening in the Milky Way or the vault of heaven is the key that is turning Pandora's box. Now, don't it look like a key turning a lock box? This is the treasure chest being unlocked. So everything they teach us is symbolism. When they give you the fucking treasure chest that's shaped like an arch with the key turning at the treasure chest, this is the treasure chest with the key turning. It's Nut, the sky goddess, turning around, stirring up the sun and moon. She's the witch of the north, turning up the ether. The opening represents an opening in our magnetic energy field where a very conscious thought of the Most High emanates this realm and fills it up. Now, what is the physical representation of the conscious thought of the Most High? Daylight, sunlight, daytime. Since the conscious thought of the Most High is so infinite, so powerful, and so divine, the sun had to be paired with the moon. Otherwise, it'll be so damn bright, nothing to be able to live on earth. So the sun is actually emanating from the very opening in the sky, the light of the heavens. What's giving us daylight is not the sun itself. The sun is projecting that light from what we call in the sky vault. So you can see, let me blow this up for y'all. So you can see there's a big old sun at the top and a little sun on the inside. Now let me tell you something. You see there's a big old sun at the top of the sky vault and a little sun on the inside of the glass. Listen, the little sun that you see on the inside of this doggone treasure chest is not real. It's not real. It's like your reflection in the mirror. It's just a hologram. That little sun that we see outside is a reflection of a bigger sun. That bigger sun is what you see on this image. So the little sun that give us daytime is being born from the very conscious seed of God. That's why they said Jesus is the Son and he was born from the Father. You can see it right here. There's a huge sun. That one is really real. That's the true light source. That big sun at the top, whatever that is, that's what created everything. That's where the real light of the day coming from. The little sun that we see is like me breaking a piece off of myself. Because if I was to give you the whole thing, you couldn't even take it. That'll be so much light that you wouldn't even be able to see your hand in front of your face. If the sun didn't have the moon, it'll be so bright on earth that it'll be unbearable. Have you ever tried to stare at the sun? Imagine the sun without the moon. It won't be nothing there to stop the light. The moon is like a lampshade. You got the light being the light bulb, being the sun, and then you have a lampshade to filter the light. Because without the lampshade, the fucking light bulb will be so bright and hot, making the room hot, and it'll be an annoying type of light. It'll be like, damn, my nigga, cut that bright ass light off. So you need something to filter the light so the light is balanced. That's why we put a shade on top of the light bulb. So the lamp shade is Nut and the light bulb is Gale. See how the goddess Nut act like a lampshade and she filters the light? Her body actually shapes the light into a pyramid. Her body being magnetism, and light cannot escape magnetism, so the light must conform to the shape of the magnetic energy field. That's what we see here. The light is taking the shape of Nut's body because light cannot escape magnetism, and magnetism will then shape the light just like we see with a rainbow. I just taught you the secrets of the rainbow and why the rainbow have an arch. The same reason Nut have an arch is all in magnetism. So she acts like a lampshade. She shapes the daylight into a more defined and pronounced light that's more bearable and more efficient to sustain light. And if you didn't have her, then all of the light of the day would just burst out recklessly into what they call the void or the ether or the multiverse. So you need that moon or what we call dark energy. And when we say darkness, we're really saying dark net. Nut is net. She represents dark net, not darkness. A nest and a net is the same thing. A net and a nest are the same thing. And if you want to know how that's so, go and watch my presentation on brosancheztv, 7 Heaven Electromagnetic Universe. A nest and a net are the same. So Nut is dark net or darkness. She's a nest because she allows the light to be housed within her. Y'all don't hear me. The reason Nut is a nest or she's called dark nest is because the dark nest allowed a house, it's because the darkness allows the light to live within it like birds live inside of a nest. So if the man represent the light and the womb man represent the darkness, the whole, then we can see how the light penetrates the darkness and then it actually fills up the darkness like water fill up a cup and takes the shape of the darkness. So that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at the darker half of the most low emanating from Sheol, giving us the moon and the darkness. And that's emanating from the four corners of the earth, expanding all the way out to the edges of the plane and on up, making a dome around your head, just like you see in this image. Just like the sky goddess Nut showing you of 2 hands and 2 feet represent those 4 pillars. In other words, we're making a container of light. When I talk to you about Jack in a box, Jack is trapped inside of a light box. In other words, nothing is physical. Everything is holographic. Everything is holding the shape of a magnetic energy field, even you. And what we call dying is shape-shifting. You had to shape-shift to get here, people. You had to transform from a sperm and an egg into a unified version of them both called a human. So we can still see the sperm cell that entered the egg in a form of your head and spinal cord. Your head and your spinal cord is the fully grown version of you when you entered the sperm. That sperm transformed into a head and a spinal cord. Just like a butterfly, a caterpillar transform into a butterfly. When the sperm entered the egg, it transformed inside of that cocoon. We are the shapeshifters. We are the ones traveling in and out of these different planes of existence by taking upon the qualities of those planes of existence. When you lived inside of your mother, you were still trying to clothe your spirit with your body. Once the spirit got dressed inside of the mother and put its body on, now it can go outside and play. Would you go outside with no clothes on? The spirit won't either. So the spirit rested inside of the mother until it put all its clothes on and its arms on and its legs on and its stomach on. And once it got the whole human body outfit on, it said, okay, mama, let me out. I'm dressed. I'm ready to go out there and play. When you die, all you're doing is taking these clothes back off. Because what's really alive is the hyperboloid at the center of the magnetic energy field, not the energy field. The human represents the field. The soul represents the hyperboloid that creates the field. Think of a projection machine. It's the machine that's creating the picture of you. All right? You're being projected from a source. And that source is the energy field around you. The body is nothing but a seed that the soul plants in the ground, and it constantly gives birth to itself over and over again. So, as your soul inhale and exhale, you call it life and death. While you living, you breathing in and out to stay alive. But the reason you die and be reborn is for your soul to stay alive. In other words, a macrocosmic form of inhaling and exhaling would be living and dying. To live and die is to breathe the cosmic breath. Let me say that again. To live and die, and to live and die, and repeat the cycle, is to breathe the cosmic breath. Meaning, one day, you're going to exhale for the last time in this body. You're going to take your last breath. But when you take your last breath in this body, you're going to be taking your first breath in another body. You're passing the baton. You're passing the torch from one avatar to another. So when you breathe your last breath out of this body, you're going to suck that breath back into your new body. Everybody that die and they take their last exhale, they blowing out their spirit into their next body. And as that breath that they exhale from the previous body finds its way to the baby that's saying in the hospital, it takes 9 months. This is my interpretation of the afterlife journey. When you're placed in the ground and you take that last exhale, it takes 9 months for that wind to find its way back in your new lungs as a baby being born again. You're just passing your soul to one body to another one. The very wind in your lungs, when you die, you'll get it back. It's like me throwing myself a pass, you know. When you take your last breath, you suck that breath back in your new body. The last breath in this old body is the first breath of your new body. And you're passing that breath over and over. So when you die, there's a split of higher self and lower self. And we see that split on a microscopic level in the form of sperm and egg. Half of you is a sperm, half of you become an egg. And these two aspects, the high and low versions of yourself that split when you die, they'll try to find themselves again. And this is magnetic energy. How you find yourself after you die is through magnetism. It's all magnetic. See, the body is a bond that ties the higher self to the lower self and keeps you trapped in this realm. But when the body dies, there's nothing holding the higher self to the lower self. Since the body exists in between the heavens and the underworld, it ties together the crown chakra and the root chakra by the heart chakra. It's the heart chakra that ties together the crown and the root and all the chakras in between. But when the heart stops beating, there's nothing to tie together these worlds. Think of some shoes that's not tied. Think of a gaseous container that's open and the vapor just goes out. When the heart stops beating, the body that's in the middle of this magnetic energy field is no longer there to ground the energy field to the earth. So when the body in the middle of this energy field vanishes, the energy field dissipates. Your human body is like a bottle cap that's trapping your soul to this realm. But when you die, there is no longer a bottle cap trapping the gas, trapping the energy here. Once you remove the body from the middle of this thing, there's nothing in the middle to hold it together no more. So it kind of just enlarges and just get real big until it faint out like an explosion. That's what happened when we die. But there's a separation taking place as we ascend and expand. There's a separation. You breaking down as you expand and ascend, just how gas breaks down as it dissipates. That's what the soul does when the body leaves the middle of the macabre. That's why they said we're traveling these macabres, because we're basically going back to the source through an explosion. Now, what happens is as we split all of that energy, half of it think about it. Around your body is like a sphere. And when you die, as it expands and go back and enlarge and dissipates, it's split by the earth plane. Half of that energy goes up and half of it goes down. Think of a sphere that's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, but in the middle of the sphere is a plane. Think of a solid physical earth plane with a gaseous ball around it. When that gaseous ball get bigger and bigger, it's still going to be split in the middle. So you're going to have one half of the circle growing real big like a dome that's going up, and you're going to have the bottom half like a bowl or opposite side dome going down. Y'all see what I'm saying? It's going to be a perfect split. Your aura going to split when the body dies. And the upper chakra is going to go to the heavens, and the bottom chakra is going to go to Sheol. So you go to heaven and hell when you die. The upper chakras go through the vault of heaven, and the lower chakras go through the vault of the underworld. And when the lower chakras go out through the bottom, and the higher chakras go out through the top, they circle back around and meet up again on the earth plane, and you be born again. And it all makes a number 8. Everything on earth follows this pattern. And it's because the elements have different density. So heavier things gonna sink and lighter things gonna float. So all the bad shit about you, that's gonna exit the earth through the sewer system, through the damn toilet. All of the good shit about you, it's gonna exit the earth through the chimney. So a house got those, even your house got those 2 entry and exit points. You don't flush smoke down the toilet. You allow the smoke to escape the house through the chimney. The smoke exit the house through the chimney, and the heavier shit exit the house through the sewer, through the toilet. We flush it down. All right? The earth is made the same way. When you die and all of your energy go back to source, it's going to all break down and go to different sections. The good shit that you did, the good qualities, represent the gaseous parts of yourself, which will ascend through the chimney or the sky vault. And the bad stuff in everybody will go down. And we all got good and bad. And what happens is, when these 2 energies are refined and they go through their journey, this is what the journey gonna look like. This is what it's gonna look like. The lower self gonna go through the bottom, the higher self going out the top. That's the mystery of the 2 cupids blowing the trumpets different ways. The 2 cupids that's turned different ways are also the 2 faces. Remember the witches? The 2 faces? That's the higher self and lower self. So half of you go through the sun, half of you go through the moon. And both pairs come back to the earth, where they are put back together again. Think of a Duracell battery, half negative, half positive. The line in the middle represents the earth, where both of the pairs always meet up at. Earth is the meeting ground for the higher and low self. So if this was a sandwich, the meat would be what we walking on, the ground. You will have a dome at the top, a dome at the bottom, and what we call the meat is where all the souls meet up at, right here, and walk around and talk about it. Outside of this realm, there is no visibility. In other words, when you leave the body, there's an old saying called, There's nothing to see here, folks. So the spirit travels the darkness like the headless horseman, or a chicken with his head cut off. You're finding your way back to yourself through the dark. That's why they said, when I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. That's because when you die, there's a split and you become your macabre or your light body. The consciousness shift to the light body. But since the body is no longer in the middle of there, the doggone macabre just is like a ship without an anchor. Your body is the anchor that anchors your soul to the earth. The moment your body die, ain't shit to hold your soul here. So your soul don't have, it's so light, it ascends. Can't nothing stop it. No matter how hard you try to stop smoke from going up, you can't do it. That's what your soul is going to do when the body is no longer here to hold it here. All right. So when the body leaves this thing, there's a split. And like I said, as we journey back to the source, the lower chakras take their journey through the bottom exit hole, and the upper chakras take their journey through the top. The heart chakra don't go nowhere. The heart chakra stay here and wait for the other two to come. So what you got right here is the human chakra system. Notice how the heart chakra is green, representing the earth plane. All right. And you got 3 chakras above it, 3 chakras below it. This is the Dogon Kanunga. I know I'm being redundant now, but we always got new viewers. What you got to look at is the heart is separated by 2 trinities. One way to remember it is this: Trinity plus Trinity equals infinity. 2 threes are deeper than Michael Jordan. The number 23 is symbolic because 2 threes make the number 8. Here go a 3. And here go a 3. If you put the 2 threes together, you get a number 8. Let me see if I can show it to you. 3 plus 3 equals 8 in sacred geometry. And I'm going to try my best to show it to you. I don't even know if that's on camera. But 3 threes, when you put 2 threes together, you make a number 8. 8 means completion. That's why when you complete all the ranks of masonry, the last rank is the 33rd degree. Every rank after that is an illusion. It's not a rank in Freemasonry. You're not really a masonry after the 33rd degree. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I'll debate anybody on it. Tell them, come on. In masonry, the 33rd degree represent completion, because after that you enter another face or fashion of this occult. So the occult got different faces like the goddess, and you graduate through each face or each phase through a 3-step process. 3-step. And after that you complete a grade. 3 steps, complete a grade. So Trinity, when you take these 2 trinities and put them together, that's like saying mama and daddy coming together to make a child. A human is a trinity, or a tree of life. A tri of life, a trinity. That's why this looks like a human and is made out of 2 trinities, just like you. You're 2 trinities. Head and 2 arms, sex organ and 2 legs. That's 2 trinities. Those two trinities create you, which is infinity. So Trinity plus Trinity equals infinity. Michael Jordan knew that. That's why he wore the number 23. This symbol represents 2 3s, y'all. 2, 3. 3 and 3. 23. Michael Jordan licked his tongue out because of the goddess. I told you, Jordan was a magician. Jordan is a high-ranking Mason. Jordan is copying off the goddess. Jordan is an esoteric sellout. And the reason Jordan licks his tongue out is because of this lady. The reason Jordan wears number 23 is because the symbols we use in Greek numbers come from ancient goddesses. For example, you can see that her hook is the number 2. Here go the number 2. This is how we get the number 2. And then the trident is the number 3. 2 plus 3 equals 5, which is the number of Saturn or the goddess. 5 is the number of man. That's why you got 5 fingers. Earth is 5 letters. Every God is 5 letters. Jesus, J-E-S-U-S, devil, D-E-V-I-L, Moses, Buddha, earth. Anything dealing with this is gonna be 5 letters. Just like what's her name? What's the goddess name? Shit, I can't even think of her now. I'm all over the place. But all of these 5-letter deities, you know, Shiva, Krishna, 5-letter name. It's 5 is the number of rhythm. The symbol for 5 is the serpent. So the S and the number 5 are the same thing in sacred geometry. The sine wave is in the middle of everything. The number 5 splits the numbers evenly. And that's what this goddess represents. That's why she's splitting his head off. She ain't the only one to represent this. That's what you looking at when you see the goddess splitting the head off the man. On a cosmological level, what you looking at is this. There's a split. There's a split at the vault of heaven. All right, that opening can be looked at like a split between a woman's leg would allow life to be born. Souls enter and exit that hole. And that's symbolic to the woman's leg on a micro level, meaning from here on the ground, how it acts out in microcosm as it plays out from the heavens. So that split is also shown here. She's representing the same thing Christ represented. Remember what I told you earlier? Whenever you see the arms raised, keep that in mind. Whenever we see the arms raised, we dealing with the sky vault. So when we see Callie here with her arms raised, and you see 4 arms representing the 4 corners, earth, water, wind, and fire, those 4 arms were born from the split. Those 4 arms or those 4 extensions of the Most High was spoken into existence. That's why she had her tongue out. That's why she became a serpent around a tree. And what did that serpent do? That serpent started to talk, to create life. Well, in the Bible, it created death. But in the ancient story, the serpent gave negative and positive to create the 2 sides of the magnetic energy field so we can have life. Remember, what gives birth to the 2 sides of the torus field? The sine wave. So the serpent giving birth to negative and positive was corrupted in the Garden of Eden to a bad thing, when it was an ancient way of showing how the sine wave give birth to the different sides of the electromagnetic energy field. The sine wave being the serpent, Adam and Eve being negative, positive, the tree of life being the whole complete uh, 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 torus field emanating from the Trinity, just like the sun and moon, just like I showed you in Egyptian cosmology. So she would be Horus in the middle of between Osiris and Isis. All right? It's all the same. So instead of having Geb laid out with Shu raising his hand, they got Kali with Shiva laid out. This is Nut and Geb. You know, in Nut cosmology, they got Shu in the middle with his hands raised, and he's stepping on top of Geb's body. But in this form, instead of having Shu, they just blended Shu with the goddess and gave it 4 arms. And then instead of Geb laying on the ground, you got this guy laying on the ground. But it's still Egyptian cosmology. Everybody was on the same page. And her chopping the head off with her mouth open at the middle represent the God's mouth open at the middle. God got his mouth open at the middle. When you look at this Hebrew cosmos, every moment we're living is being spoken into existence. Vibration creates time. Vibration is sound. So every second that you live in is because the Most High is vibrating the ether with sound vibration. That's why life is a song and it's being spun on a record player. Who playing the song? The Most High. He go to record player. And if you look at it, the earth looks just like a vinyl player with the little lid on it. Open up the lid, put the dang on vinyl on a pole, watch it spin. That's what this is. The sun and moon following grooves, just like a needle follow the grooves of a vinyl that play different frequencies. I got to start wrapping this up now. So basically, you know, when we talk about the afterlife journey, when you talk about the 2 trinities, they're here. You got a trinity at the top and a trinity at the bottom. And the heart chakra is in the middle, grounding them both. So you got a trident at the top, a trident at the bottom, and a neutral line in the middle. Keep this in your mind right here. Because what you're looking at right here is the Dogon way of giving you the human chakra system. The trinity at the top represent the crown chakra, the third eye, and the throat chakra. The trinity at the bottom represent the solar plexus, the sacral chakra, and the root chakra. The little line in the middle represent the heart chakra that ties them both together. That's what we call the higher self and lower self. But what ties them together is the neutral self, the center self. So when we start to meditate, we want to start dealing with the center self. Anybody that's telling you to meditate, to tap into your higher self, they don't know what the hell they talk about. You do not meditate to tap into your higher self. You meditate to get the fuck out of your higher self and out of your lower self and get grounded and to go to the heart and start to center yourself and get in tune with the heart, the center self. Our ancestors didn't meditate for the mind. When they meditated, they used the mind to access the damn heart. That's the problem today. Everybody want to know it all, but treat each other like shit. Everybody want to fuck with their crown chakra and they higher self. So you got all of these smart motherfuckers mistreating each other. We're not balanced because no one is teaching you about the central self. There is no war between God and the devil. The war between God and the devil only exists because you keep talking about, I need to get in tune with my higher self. Man, my lower self taking over. Man, I can't let my lower self take over. I need to get back up to my higher self. You got this battle of God and the devil going on the inside of you because they didn't teach you about the central self. Once you get in tune with the central self, the God and the devil inside of you make a union, and now you're a fully functioning tree of life because all the three aspects of the self are functioning in unison through the heart chakra. Why the heart chakra? Because the heart chakra is the goddamn steering wheel. Last time I checked, you control all fucking four wheels of the car with one steering wheel. You drive one car that's made of many parts with one steering wheel. You cannot drive yourself with the crown chakra. You cannot drive yourself with the root chakra. If you want to drive, you got to understand the symbols on the traffic street. What color means go? I don't know how many of y'all got driver license. Last time I checked, green light means drive. Last time I checked, green light means drive. So you cannot drive this car with the crown chakra or definitely not the root chakra because red light means stop. The only way you can drive this macabre is with the heart chakra. Green means go. Now you see why we ain't getting nowhere. Now you see why humanity as a whole ain't getting nowhere. Because everybody think they know it all, but ain't nobody getting nowhere because the only way you can move is through the heart. The only way we can make progress is through the heart. We give the mind all the credit when it's the heart that's the final judger. Let me show you how backwards it is. When you give the mind all the credit and not the heart, you're going to have some geniuses that's going to be creating shit like nuclear bombs, machine guns, grenades, chainsaws, and Tommy guns, and flamethrowers. Yeah, because they crowd shot. Ain't shit wrong with they crowd. We ain't got no problem with our crown chakra. Crown chakra is intellect. The evilest motherfucker on earth got intellect. It's the heart chakra that we need to coexist on this earth plane. Not the crown, not the root. They play their parts. But if you want to get somewhere and drive, green means go. You got to use the heart chakra. So each chakra is a plane of light. I don't know how I get on chakras. I'm supposed to be shutting down. Each chakra is a plane of light. Each chakra is a different color light shining out from your cosmic body. And when all of these different colors form a layer around your body, it look like you inside of a rainbow. So your aura looks like what's at the North Pole, like the aurora borealis. That's what our aura look like. But our auras are so weak today, we can't see them. They so faint that we would need to put on special glasses to actually see the aura around the human. But there was a time when the human aura was so strong that we didn't even really live in the body. We didn't really die or age because our aura was present. In other words, that which creates the body when it's gone was present on earth with the body. So when they talk about a time when God lived on the earth with humans, it's a symbolic way of saying when a time on earth when humans understood the God within themselves. There was a time on earth when everybody knew this stuff. So they was vibrating at a level that their aura was so strong, you can literally see it. You can see like a little light glow around them, like they was inside of some kind of little package. And it was during these times where we didn't really have to physically have sex to make a baby. You can have sex with the light body or the physical body. That was during the time when God ruled on the earth with man. That means every human was able to see the aura around each other. It was visible then. The Christ was visible. Remember, the Christ is just the aura. The reason we don't understand a lot of the ancient art is because a lot of that stuff was made during the time when the ancients was able to actually visually see the human aura. Today we take all of that art literally because our aura is so damn weak. We can't see them today. So we can't make the connections with the art. If we can see everybody aura on earth, once you go back and look at ancient art, it'll all make sense to you what they was talking about. When they said we weren't living in the world they was living in, we was occupying the same space, but different planes of existence. They all exist in the same space, just like all your chakras exist in the same space, but they're different planes. They're different layers that's making up this one aura. All right? So when the body leaves the middle of this, like I said, your aura goes back to the source, and each color goes to that spectrum of the rainbow. Each one of your chakras belong to a different heaven. And when you break down, everything is organized. Everything go to each one it go. And then once it all unify again, you're born again. Watch Captain Planet. It show you how the different elements come together via magnetism to form you. What's moving all these bones and organs together in the right places to put you together? You're doing it from the darkness. When you leave the body, you are pure invisible magnetic energy using the law of attraction to put yourself back together. This is the story of Humpty Dumpty. This is the story of Humpty Dumpty having a great fall and putting itself back together again. An older form of Humpty the Dumpty would be the story of a saw when they chopped up the body and put it back together again. That's what we are. We're an egg, man. We're an egg. Your body is the yolk of an egg. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Because your aura is shaped like a bullet. And again, a bullet shaped like a nipple, right? See here? See here? Here's what your aura is shaped like. This shaped like a bullet. This is a bullet shape. But remember what I told y'all? A bull represented this. The ancestors represented this with the bull Hathor. You can see her horns at the top represent the opening. This became the bull Hathor. So the reason why we call bullets bullets is because the shape of a bullet was symbolized by a bull called Hathor. Y'all tracking with me? The reason we call a bullet is because a bullet shaped like a teddy. and Hathor represent the great mother. The bull, the great bull, was the great mother, and the great mother was portrayed with her breast, allowing the children to feed off of her. So that bullet shapes like a breast, and that's how it get its name. It get its name bullet because of the bull that it's shaped like. So you travel through the cosmos like a bullet. When the body leaves and you in your macabre, it looked like a bullet, like a shooting star. Like all of these shooting stars that we see, them souls, that's you when you leave your body. And that's the different, what happens is that's the different spectrum of different chakras or different aspects of yourself going back to the source. That's what we call an ascension is expansion. When this thing start to expand, it's like a speeding bullet going back to the source. You catch the angle of it moving, and you will see it like how we see shooting stars. You looking at a piece of it. And the best way I can explain it is, if you inside of like a force field or a shield traveling through a medium, the force field will be distorted. So the only thing we'll be able to see is the arch. The rest will be invisible because it's in motion. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like a bubble. From certain angles, you can't pronounce the full shape of the bubble. So you may see an arch, but you know the bottom half there at the bubble, the whole bubble is there. But it may be blocked out, like you can't see the other half of the rainbow, but it's there. It's really a 360. The ground blocking it. It's sort of like that. When we see these shooting stars, there's like an arch traveling. It's really not an arch, it's a bullet. But you only seeing one half because the other half is being shot downward to Sheol. So when you die, you split. And the top arch blasts off into the heavens. And the bottom arch, the lower chakras, go down. So when we see a shooting star going up or going, toward the heavens, across the heavens, it's always an arch. It's always like a bow and arrow, like only one half of a bullet. That's because the other bottom part is being shot downward. It's like a capsule. Like a capsule, like an ejection, and it split like that. So what we're looking at is that top half fly across the sky. And we'd be like, man, look at them shooting stars. Them are souls. That's the top half portion of a soul, the upper chakras of a soul. The bottom portion go down to the ground. In other words, the positive half go to the sky and the bottom half drop to the ground. So here it is right here. It just unlocks like a capsule, and it blasts opposite ways. So when we see it cross the sky, it's always one half, like an arch. Again, the bottom half, top trinity, bottom trinity. This is all the chakra system and the cosmos. The word chakra is the word chakra. And the word chakra became the American word check. Check is check. Check. And a check mark is a chakra. A check mark is the Nike sign. The word chakra is a check mark. Each chakra is a check mark. Each chakra is a step, because a check mark is an angle or a step or a 90-degree angle. This is why the number 7 means completion. This is why the step pyramid is the stairway to heaven. Each step is the number 7 for completion. Every step, every little step I take, it's the number 7. So the number 7 means completion, not because of its numerical value, but because its sacred geometrical shape. Let me say that again. Class is in session. The number 7 means completion, not because its numerical value, but because of its sacred geometrical shape. It's a check mark. In other words, if you make a grocery list, when you complete an item on the grocery list, what do? You check it off. You write a check mark every time you complete something on the list. Your chakra system is a checkpoint system, and you must master every chakra in order to become master of self. That is today's lesson. I got to get out of here, guys. It was lovely. You must master every chakra to master the self. You must climb each step or each checkpoint, each number 7, each angle. And when you climb in each angle, it's another way of saying start to look at everything from all of the angles or you won't master it. How much can I tell you about this bottle if I only looked at one side? I can tell you a hell of a lot more about this bottle if I start flipping it around and looking at all of the angles. And once you look at all of the angles, you can check all of the boxes. You mastered it. You've mastered yourself. So once you looked at once you studied the earth on all of the angles, you mastered this place. You can move on. So Nike uses the symbol of the check mark to symbolize victory or completion, because that's what it's about, climbing the stairway to heaven to completion. All right, I hope y'all enjoyed this. I'll pick up where I left off, and we'll, keep the Monday Mystery Schools going. So for part 3, we'll pick up, we'll go deeper, and we're going to be continuing to reveal these mysteries, because I still didn't get into Michael Jordan. I didn't get into Michael Jordan. It's a lot of things that I didn't get to get into. When you look at the goddess with all the arms, that means that, she's the aura. That's why you see the light around her. I didn't get into that. There's a lot of things we got to get into. But we will. Just take this home. I want you to go home with this real quick, because I supposed to been finished. Look at the way the crown chakra and the root chakra emanate from the body. It makes you look like a scarab beetle. I'm going to leave y'all with this last one. I swear this the last one. I'm like that one teacher that say, okay, class over. And then he be like, take your books back out. And everybody be like, oh, man, we ready to go. Here's the famous Egyptian scarab beetle. The reason the Egyptians used the scarab beetle, real quick, it all represent the human chakra. See, you got an antenna that look like a horns on your head, like this picture show, and you also got one at your feet. When you put it all together, it looks like this. So our aura is the scarab beetle. And the reason the scarab beetle rolls the dome is because your aura is rolling around you. This is the rolling stone. It's spinning around you like a python. All right, now let me get up out of here. But that's all I want to show you. That this is the Kananga. This is the Dogon Kananga. You see the two hands raised there, the two legs there, and you are the grounding point or the heart, the body. Your human body is the heart of your soul. Now, yeah, you have a heart inside of this body because everything in nature is fractal. The same code just breaks down to different scales. Your human body is your entire human body is just one organ for your soul. Your soul has a heart, and your body living and dying is the heartbeat of your soul. Let me say that again. You have a heartbeat, and your heartbeat goes boom, 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 boom. Contract, expand, inhale, exhale. Your heartbeat is constantly contracting and expanding. Boom, 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 boom. Keeping you alive. But what we're calling life and death is because your body is the soul. It's because your entire human body is the heart of your soul. So think of the heart in your chest. Boom, 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 boom. Getting big and small, big and small, big and small. Think of the human body in the middle of this aura coming into existence, out of existence, into existence, out of existence, into existence. It looks like your soul's heart is beating. Every time you die and be reborn, that's your soul having a heartbeat. The body is the heart for the soul. I hope y'all see what I'm saying. I'm going to get up out of here. I got to go. Peace and much love. I love y'all to death. I'm so late.